I've definitely been gaining a lot of insight from the past Kabbalah videos, man.
Yeah, same here. Most definitely. There's something about that special combination of the Vedic info and the Kabbalistic info that just makes it mesh together and produce something bigger than the parts, a whole that is bigger than the parts.
Yeah, man, them past chapters made me go back to the Kabbalah, man. I had to go back to square one. I was like, wait a minute, man. What can I see in these old books I read that I couldn't see before? Now I'm getting them, getting more of the hang with this Kabbalah symbolism.
Right. Because when you start really seeing the fundamentals and the fundamentals start making sense, then you start to see where all those previous learnings were coming from. In other words, everything that I've seen that is occult is based off of Kabbalah and Samkhya. And we've said that a million times, but the fact that it just keeps confirming itself over and over and over again. Even the Kabbalion is founded on Samkhya. What I'm finding for myself is that a lot of this information is starting to become more intuitive. And it's like I'll start to understand things in meditation, and then I'll find it in a book, and it'll start to echo like exactly what I apprehended in my own personal pursuits. For example, I completely forgot there was a chapter about Doth in mystical Kabbalah. So I found it today, and it literally echoed some of the concepts that I was experiencing personally. And I totally forgot that there was a whole chapter on Doth.
It's cool because I'm finding like random. All right, so it happened twice. I'm scrolling YouTube and there's a random Prakriti Purusha build from some random people like 6 years ago or so. And I'm looking in the comments and I'm at the point where I can answer some of the questions, and like I can see where some people got certain things misconstrued, and I just it's the growth I've been looking for. It's the understanding of this, that the spending time in it and actually growing with this and knowing what I'm talking about now. That feeling
Yeah.
is amazing. And it's across the board too. That's the biggest part. It works with everything. It's not just for select.
Right. And we noticed that when it starts to start getting real private and just us and just me, that's that added ego influence. So if you look at it before that added ego influence, you'll start to see that all this stuff is really connected, has always been. So what that means is that everything that you've learned in the past is still useful. Like nothing has to be thrown away, cast aside. There was not any wasting of time.
It never was. When we just went over Gebra, I believe, the burner of God, right? On our, was it Tuesday, which was red, the color red for Mars. We're halfway through the Gibra build, and I'm looking at my 3 pillars right here. Like I've already had them this whole time. I got a Sonic, a Knuckles, and a Tails. And Knuckles is red. You know, he's I'd call him the destroyer if we were still in a group. He's the one that fights, and and I'm just like, wow, I've been staring at this the whole time. And then I got Tails over here. He's Sattvic as hell,
Yeah.
And Sonic's all over the place, Roger. So I'm like, wow. And it just clicked the other day during our build. So the knowledge is here. It's been here. It's just our understanding of it.
Okay, so with that being said, I wonder who Robotnik would be. Wielding the gunas to inspire manifestation. Yeah. So that's when you know it's starting to click, whenever you're seeing it everywhere. Everywhere. Looking at these upper spheres of the tree of life, this is where we start getting into information that's really abstract. And when I say abstract, I mean it's really foreign to our typical day-to-day experience. So it's just human nature to try to apply things here that don't fit, because we get really uncomfortable when we don't know something. So we would rather just force something in place than to try to sit with it and let it unfold itself. So when we try to force things in place based on little understanding and assumptions, this is how we get led into paths of confusion. For example, you'll often see like Pluto assigned to Kether, and then Uranus and Neptune applied to Chakma and Bina, but that's incorrect. Those influences don't add up. But you can see if someone who doesn't have any contact with those upper spheres, then of course they're gonna just slap down whatever they know. They fill in the blanks, basically. But the thing about Kabbalah is it is unfolded to the observer as the observer becomes able to see. And you don't become able to see until you start connecting these dots with your experience. So the external world and the internal world have to start connecting and correlating, right? In my earlier days talking about the Goetia, I would talk about building a relationship with these spirits. Of course, it doesn't mean going to lunch with them. What I meant by building a relationship with these spirits is by working with them, practicing dharana with them, becoming one with those energies, those algorithms, so that you can start to understand what they actually are. And that's not demons on the other side of the veil. They're patterns of change. When you become familiar with a pattern of change, you have a relationship with it, which means that you have a personal, real world, real life connection to what it represents, right? So as an example, I've been talking about chesed a lot because I've been doing a lot of work with that sphere on the tree. And for me to have a relationship with the energy of chesed means that I have to understand to my best ability what the nature of that tree, what that sphere is, and how it shows itself in my reality. So I should be able to identify what chesed looks like in my day-to-day life. Then I should be able to induce it on purpose. How do we do that? Well, that's where we start getting to different things like talismans, yantras, servitors, whatever tools that you have at your disposal that you have experience with to start to cause that energy or that algorithm to work on your behalf. So chesed is not a person and it's not a place, but it's a pattern of change. And to be the magus, the magician, you've got to become familiar with that pattern of change. And when I say build a relationship with it, you've got to know exactly how it manifests in your day-to-day life. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. I didn't want to cut you off and say so, but yeah, makes sense.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, I was going to say, when you said the part about the information merging with, you didn't say it like,
I think you cut out, or is that my audio? I think you're muted. Oh, there he is.
yeah, stable internet. But you just said a mouthful, and I wanted to agree with you without cutting you off.
I appreciate you not cutting me off, but I am interested in what you have to say.
Noted. So yeah, with the relationship between, it's like anything else. When you know something, you can, like MacGyver. MacGyver knew things. He could manipulate the tools, I guess, because of the knowledge that he had. So when this stuff is hitting your real life experience, and like you said, you can pinpoint and say, hey, that's Assad working. Hey, this is Hakate work. Like, hey, that's the magic's been here, but it opens up a lens to a whole new spectrum of things, and it's amazing.
Yes.
It's what's needed on a deep level. Man.
That's the beauty of it. And it's necessary too. Like, the more that I work with chesed, the more I'm seeing the bigger picture. It never was about me just learning something because it's cool. I'm learning this information because there's a necessity for it now. The world has become so, well, careful with the words. When it comes to understanding this information, the public at large is extremely ignorant to the point that change must happen. I just so happen to be in place to be a facilitator of that change. But it's necessary, because without discussions like this and study like this and work like this, people just go around in circles. We've been going in circles in the past, right? I've been going in circles at some point. But getting to this information, that circle now becomes a spiral. I mentioned many times, I've already read Mystical Kabbalah at least 5 times. But each time, there's a higher level of understanding. But again, it's not just a vain notion. It's not just for me to know. When you start to know this information, that means you can start to use it. And if you're able to start using it, that means you become useful. Chesed is all about the guru and the ascended master and those who are able to make change in reality. And every figure who is actively working in the sphere of Chesed is actually changing the collective unconscious. And it's because of that Prakriti supplies exceedingly abundant the needs of that particular person, because the level of work that they're doing requires a lot of energy, and money is just symbolic of prana on a certain level. So originally I was going to title the video I did earlier today, you know, wealth magic, prosperity magic, or whatever, because I know that's what gets people's whistles wet. But in truth, prosperity magic and wealth magic, it comes with an understanding of what currency is and what abundance is and what wealth is. It isn't the money, it's not the gold, and it's not the stuff. It's the capability to move the collective unconscious. Because one of the first things that wealth, money, and abundance does is it gives you the opportunity to start to resolve karma at a fast rate. And I talked about this before. All the objects that are in your reality, you have karma with. And all the people that you share your reality with, you have karma with. So with money, you're able to magnetize things that you wouldn't be able to have magnetized without it. Me and my cousin were talking earlier, and he was telling me about how it costs $250,000 to have a verse with Future, $200,000 to have a verse with NBA Youngboy or somebody, I don't know. Right? You gotta be and that's because their influence and impact on the minds of individuals causes change at a big level, at a big scale, right? So to be intermixed and intermingled with that level of influence, you have to pay a fee. And that fee isn't monetary, that's karmic. You got to have the karma to be able to afford that. But check this out. Do you guys know of any of these same artists getting on a verse or a song or a track with somebody who probably didn't afford that bill? You ever seen a top tier artist jump on a track with somebody who wasn't exactly on their level? Well, I have. And that's karmic, right? That's karmic. That means it was supposed to happen. So what I'm saying is that abundance and currency and wealth, it's not about the money. If you're still thinking it's about the money, then that's probably why you're having trouble. It's about karma. It's about facilitating change. If you make it to such a level where you're able to produce an impact on the human race or the collective unconscious to any degree, even if it's small, then Prakriti will begin to provide the means to do that. You see, I'm coming from an angle of not just money for money's sake. There has to be a purpose and a reason for that prana to flow into your life. Nature is a system. Prakriti is a balanced system. You don't just get money because you want it. There's a purpose and a reason to it. Zaire says Drake and I Love McConan. Exactly. That was karmic. Going up on a Tuesday. Useless Familiar. Thank you for that donation. I'm definitely writing a book. Once I unlock that aspect of myself, I probably won't stop writing books. I'm probably going to have like 50 books. I know that sounds ridiculous, but some of my favorite authors are prolific. They just keep going and going and going. The author of the Green Book, he's got like tons of books. Swami Niranjan has tons of books. Dion Fortune has tons of books. I'm not at that level of my karma yet. But once I'm there, you won't have to ask that question because you will see it all over the place. Greetings to everybody in the chat. So if you keep thinking on these expanded terms of how the higher levels of the tree are moving away from the individual, that means we're starting to move towards the collective. We're starting to move towards impersonal experience, right? Because the personal individual incarnation is happening below Tifereth. And when they say there's nothing new under the sun, that's a direct reference to Tifereth. Nothing new under the sun means that everything that is experienced by an individual who's not initiated beyond Tifereth, there's going to be some shit that already happened. More of the same. Hey, how you doing? Same shit, different day, right? Very true. But once you start becoming initiated into the work of Gibra and Chesed, now you have the very real opportunity to introduce new patterns and new algorithms into your reality. And when I say your reality, you have carved out X amount of years in this avatar. You've carved out X amount of years in this incarnation. And those years are done within a space. So literally your existence is a little bubble of the time that you were in your mother's womb or your dad's sack or both to the day that your body goes into the grave. So that's a space and time that's been carved out specially for you. A space and time carved out specially for you. So within that space and time, that's an opportunity to burn off karma or to balance karma. And if no spiritual work is done, you burn off the necessary amount at the necessary rate. The unfortunate mentioned that it could be possible to burn all of your incarnation's karma in an hour, but the intensity would be so much that it might completely destroy the awareness of the individual. So it is possible, but you probably don't want to do that. However, when you do start working with this type of spiritual information, you do start that process of burning karma and balancing karma, speeding up the process. And in doing so, there's the real potential of expanding the awareness beyond the levels of Tifereth. Now, beyond Tifereth, you're getting closer to Doth, which is closer to the upper triad. And that's where the new influences are coming into the universe. And the new influences aren't just coming into you. It's not simply, oh, I've got a cool idea for a movie, or, oh, I got a cool idea for a video game. It's not simply that. These new ideas and these new seeds that are flowing in through Kether, they represent new opportunities and possibilities for the entire race, the race that you're incarnated into. So when they say there's nothing new under the sun, that's for people who are not initiated beyond Tifereth. But if you become initiated into Gibra and Chesed, then you have the opportunity to bring in information that affects the populace as a whole, specifically your race. So working with the forces of Tifereth and below, you're not going to come up with anything new, but you will balance your karma. It's a good thing. And once your karma starts becoming very, very balanced, now you have a solid platform to stand on working with upper level information. Is this relative information? Is there some, do you have a personal contact with what I'm saying?
To me, it is. I do. I didn't know we were live.
And what I'm describing here is not necessarily the goal. Oh, deja vu. This is not necessarily the goal, but these are signs and symbols of where you are on the path, right? signs and symbols of where you are. A lot of you are going to start working with Chesed, and you're going to know that you are when you start experiencing concepts and ideas that have not been thought of before, and concepts and ideas that, if they were to come to fruition, would literally change the course of history. It's exciting. But the thing is, here's the thing. If you haven't done the inner work of the lower self, you're going to end up receiving those ideas for somebody else. Uh-oh. If you haven't done the inner work, the shadow work, and harmonizing of the lower self, what's going to happen is you're going to reach up and grab some of those seeds of the future, but you're not going to have what's necessary to plant it. You're not going to have the fertile soil or the skills necessary. So what's going to happen is you're going to bring down those vibrations, and somebody who is capable of doing it quicker than you and more efficient than you, they're going to receive it. I mean, let's be real. How many times have we had an idea of a game or a movie or a show or a concept, knowing damn well we can't produce it, but it's a cool idea, and then we see it being produced? Oh, it's happened to me way too many times. But this time I'm ready.
I went through that with I think I told this before. Me and my brother, we grew up together. I call him my brother. We were young in his backyard, like 16, 14 or something. And like 4 years before Chappelle's show, we did the Little John skit. I'm now that I think back, I'm sure we were not the only ones who thought of that, but just, you know, regular Little John probably yells in his own regular speech, yeah, and then seeing it on Chappelle's show like 4 years later was like, oh my God, we thought of that, dog. Like, we sat there like, damn, we could have been rich.
Yeah. And hell, maybe y'all were the ones to channel that information and Dave Chappelle grabbed it up. There's no way to know from this level. But that just goes to show how, number one, how connected we are. Number two, the influence of Chesed. It isn't for the individual, it's for the whole. Those kind of, and look, that even that skit and that meme changed the collective unconscious, did it not? I know back in those days, everybody was talking about, yeah, okay, right? Everybody was doing that. This goes to show also that there is a level of the individual and an aspect of the individual that is completely unconscious. And it's within those levels that we have a relationship and a connection with other people. My cousin was also telling me about this young lady that he went to her house, and she's got an altar and the smudge sticks and the crystals and all that stuff. But she said, even herself, she don't know how to use it. She don't know what to do. She just has it. Now, at first, it's like, oh, you just got that off of Instagram and you're just a poser. But no, you got to realize this is not any of our first time being here. Some of us have reached higher levels, but this current incarnation, there's no use or necessity for the information that we gathered. Bare minimum. This type of information is need to know. So there may be situations in your life where you display the knowledge and the characteristics of an advanced initiate, but you don't have the conscious remembrance of that initiation. That's usually a sign that you've already done this in a past life. The problem with the conscious mind is that we're so focused on doing. But in truth, the higher up the tree you go, the entire focus is on being. So you be by just being. If we keep all the focus on doing, like, oh, I got to meditate. Oh, I got to do my mantra. Oh, I got to light my, oh, I got to give my sacrifice and my offering. Oh, I didn't do it. That's just for the conscious mind. And what happens is if you keep all your focus there, you're going to quickly get burned out, disheartened. But if you keep your focus on being what you are, then it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you do. I cannot not be what I am. Not anymore. I cannot not be this. And it's not about what I'm doing. It's about what I am. When you start working from a level of being, the things that you need start to find their way to you. And this is a reference to Prakriti. Prakriti exists in multiple layers, and the higher layers are closer to Purusha, so they're more purified. The lower layers are further from Purusha and closer to herself, so they're more materialistic, inert, dead. So if you do all your focus on doing, keep your focus on doing, you're keeping your focus within those lower levels of Prakriti. If you keep your focus on being, you're closer to the soul itself, because the soul doesn't do anything. It's matter that does. We learned that from the yoga texts. So when you start operating from the level of being, you're taking more of the authoritative role of the higher self, of the soul of Purusha. But if you're taking the role of doing and you're focused all your energy on, I gotta do the work, it should be the work. But if you keep all your focus on doing and you use that as your criteria of whether or not you're succeeding or failing, you're operating as one of Prakriti's children, and all of Prakriti's children must die. That's why Saturn is shown eating his kids. If they have been given birth to, they must be consumed once again. Father Time with his scythe. If your focus is on doing, then you're identifying as your ahamkara has been attached to the notion and the concept of being one of the children that must be consumed. Now, Prakriti does love her children, but nature also loves its children. And we can see clearly in nature that if the mama pig isn't around, the leopard, cheetah, and hyena has got some little pork chops to eat. And that's love. But if you find yourself operating from the level of being, you're identifying with Purusha. And then it doesn't matter if you're the pork chop or the hyena. The job is done. That's love also, but from a different angle. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if you die. That's not the end. Death just means it was the end of this particular manifestation. This pocket of info, this pocket of data has been filled, completed. Now it can be wrapped up and sent up to the higher self to consume and continue. None of this shit matters, at least not the way we think it does. What matters is that you exist as what you are and you do your portion, yes. But this is not the end or the beginning. There's more to this thing. And the fact that we have come to a level of starting to understand this information is a clear sign that we've already gone past this. We've already gone past this at some point. This is more of a catch up. This is more of an unfolding, right? That's what Kabbalah is, the unfolding, the pouring out. I don't know about focusing on a North Star or Aurora Borealis and none of that stuff, or I don't know about no DNA reincarnation or whatever. But what I do know is that consciousness is not matter, and anything that is matter is matter. And ultimately, matter was never alive, and ultimately, consciousness was never here. So if you're talking about floating up to the Aurora Borealis and focusing on your great balls of fire, DNA stuff, that's all Prakriti stuff. Zaire says this program that is running is Prakriti's purge of those who are ready to move on. Once you expand to this path, you are one step closer to continue the path. Facts. Facts. Maestro says the Zoom link isn't working. Is it not working? Did y'all use the same Zoom link as usual? WT, Zaire?
Yeah, same Zoom link. Now for a while it said waiting on host to let you in, but it came through.
Okay. Yeah. So again, and this isn't even about changing yourself. It's just about coming into a realization of what is the truth. It's nothing you got to fight for. It's nothing you got to figure out. And, oh my God, if only I wish I knew. Like, no, you have the answers you need for now. You have what you need for now. You do. If it has entered your mind, think about this now. When we go through life and our study, it's like we get something that sparks an idea, and if we follow that train of thought, it leads us to something else. That's how this always happens. That's how this continually happens. And that right there sparks an idea, and that idea leads us to another train of thought that leads us to another idea. So the thing to think about is I want you to continually remember that there's an aspect of the unconscious mind that exists outside of time. So if you've been given that spark of that inspiration, that means the destination is already there. You just entered into that particular conveyor belt, but the path is already there. If you got the inclination or the inspiration or that little spark, that means the end result is going to manifest itself at some point. The seed, it is not planted without bearing fruit. So if you have a question, that means you're going to get the answer. It's inevitable. The time to worry is when you don't have the questions and you think you got everything. But it's a waste of time to beat yourself up, because if you have a question, that means the answer is soon to follow. That's what the unconscious mind does. It's doing the pulling across. Right now, it's just pulling from Tifereth for you. But as you expand, you reach different parts of the unconscious mind. And there's a part of the unconscious mind that reaches across Doth. And if you've got the karma and the incarnation to do that, then that's where you're starting to pull your answers from. And it's amazing. My other cousin, the sister of the cousin that I talk about all the time, she mentioned about that gut feeling, right? Because there's an aspect of self that exists beyond space and time. And you ever notice whenever you have a gut feeling about something, that's literally your body's way of communicating with you. Where do you think that information is coming from? It's not coming from your five senses. I mentioned before how intuition is signified by not being bound to your current state of mind and your current situation. Intuition is happening outside of space and time. So intuition is not, oh, you should break up with him because da 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 da. No, intuition is that's your opinion and your feelings. Intuition is beyond that. Somebody's got some chaos emeralds.
Whatever keeps me in the state that I need to be in. We know that's healthy, you know.
Hell yes. Hell yes. That's what I'm talking about. And see, here's the thing, man. Everything that you've got there is a symbol that is connected to a specific algorithm, a specific essence, a specific energy. Every single thing that you have there.
And it's all personal, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I've had my own experience with these things, you know what I'm saying? So it's when you're authentic, no one can take it from you.
Nope. Each one of those things is an external symbol of an inner plane contact. You know that you can look at each one of those symbols and instantly, immediately, automatically, systematically come into a remembrance of what it represents.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the altar is for. I don't want to know what life is like not having an altar full of the symbols that help me to get into my state. Let me rephrase that. I would eventually love to get to that point where I don't need anything, but I'd hate to not know this information and refuse the different tools of the trade. That's what I mean to say. Tito the Don, thank you for your donation, my friend. I appreciate you. Oases, I see the Green Book, Chapter 8. Somebody's been reading. Very, very good. Very, very good. Okay, let me help out Maestro because he said that the link isn't working. A big part of this whole thing I mentioned before is about building up your correspondences. And this is why your correspondences are your connection to these higher planes. Because look, the more that you expand, the more that you're headed towards unfamiliar territory. And how do you expect to navigate unfamiliar territory if you don't have any landmarks, if you don't have a roadmap, right? So what we're doing now is we're getting into the practice of using symbols as representatives of these foreign algorithms. And once you become fluent at that, it starts to become second nature by the time you get there. So when you reach the black hole of Doth, you'll be less confused and more clear. Because as you look through that abyss, listen, the path of Doth itself, it is not a wide path. It's an extremely narrow path. It's so narrow that you can't walk on it with a body. You need to pack as light as possible, the lightest vessel that you could muster up. But once you're able to cross that bridge, you're able to see beyond time and space. And what that spark of self is going to be attracted to are the possibilities that are connected with your current incarnation. Because like I said, that's the Akashic Records. Doth has all the information of everything that was, is, and will be. Everything. It's unfathomable. That's why that abyss is so deep, because it has everything good and bad. The subconscious mind of God, the secrets of God, the parts of God that we shouldn't know, right? Everything is there. And it's extremely easy to be here's the thing, whatever you're carrying with you, that's what you're going to magnetize towards you. So if you're bringing all your human bullshit up there, you're not going to make it very far, because it will terrify you and you're going to turn around. But the more that you let go of, right? Like I said earlier about the king who has it all, going to prison. Now he's locked up, right? He's done did everything physical. He's done everything except be a prisoner. He's in that cell and he's realizing, holy shit, it's the human body that's the prison. And my royalty isn't based on my kingdom or my money or the people that do what I say. My royalty is based on what I actually am. not what I do. And as he looks out that window, as he reaches up and pulls himself up with the strength of his study and his practice, he identifies that star and connects with it. And that's what gets him out of the prison. That's what Doth is like. Now, the thing is, once we're in that state, what we experience is only what we can understand, right? If you're presented with everything, you're not going to understand everything. You're just going to understand what this current incarnation can understand. So you're going to see stuff. It's like you're going to be floating around and you're going to be saying, oh, look, that is computerish, or that over there, that's a car. Like, you're going to recognize things. There's things in the past and things in the future that you won't be able to recognize. You get what I'm saying? You're only going to be able to recognize what this incarnation knows. And so as you're being able to recognize these different signs and signposts, this is literally leading you through Doth and leading you through where you can go and where you should go. And eventually you're going to start to come across new things that haven't been manifested yet, but are on the conveyor belt into manifestation. And once you start seeing those things that are on the way to manifestation, you get the very real opportunity to say, oh, look, that's something that we can use now. And if you find something like that, you bring it through and you have the means to do so. If the soil is fertile, you're going to create your life into a chesed experience. Now, am I just talking? Or is this something that's actually happening? Time will tell. Time will tell. When you study this kind of information, it literally makes you smarter. And that's because you start to build a system that's very efficient at handling data. When you have a system that's efficient at handling data, you can handle more data. So it only makes sense.
And we're navigating through a system of patterns and data.
Right.
So it's like everyone else will be struggling, and you could be in a struggle too, even though you don't have to suffer. But you're moving through this thing effortlessly. You get to a point where you're just flying through this. Even if it's just mentally, you're getting to a point where you're flying through this while other people are not.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it's all, I don't know, it's deep.
And you see it. You see it.
You learn the rules, you can play the damn game. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
I love it.
Yeah, like how games used to come with a book manual. Back with the Sega games and certain PlayStation, they used to have a book with the pictures and the full story.
Yeah.
The games don't come with the manual no more.
Right. They just throw you in. You might get a real quick tutorial, maybe.
And that's why this is important. Trav, you're a damn good manual, man.
In an age where manuals are no longer the thing. Wow.
Yeah.
It's important to remember that the chesed energy opens the way. It's a way opener. So a person like Bobby Hemmett would be included as operating through the chesed energy. Because if it wasn't for what he brought to the table, we wouldn't be having this conversation, right? And a lot of people wouldn't have been able to make their careers talking about what they talk about or doing what they do. Not just YouTube people, but all walks of life. All people from all walks of life have had their lives changed based on realizations that they've had from a person like Bobby Hemmett. That's chesed at work.
So it's a Ganesh type of energy.
Yes. You'll see the influence of Ganesh all throughout the tree. Ganesh is, the son of nature. Ganesh is a very close manifestation of Prakriti herself. You'll find Ganesh located mostly on the left pillar, though. But you'll find him everywhere. Another part of this initiation, I mentioned before, a big part of this initiation, the virtue is obedience, and one of the powers gained from working with Hesed is trust, faith, trust. And why that is useful is because that is the ultimate acceptance of what the conscious mind actually is, keeping ahamkara in its place, because ahamkara, ego, is also associated with Doth, and really in order to be able to cross that barrier, you have to accept the place of what ego actually is, what ahamkara is, what the conscious mind actually is. And it's only a fragment. It is not the master, it's the student. So we talk about trust, obedience, faith. We're talking about realizing that the conscious mind is the student to the unconscious. That means you have to trust and become obedient to the unconscious mind. If you haven't reached a level to be able to do that, you will not cross Doth efficiently, because that is one of the necessary powers to be mastered at the sphere of chesed, obedience and trust. I know a lot of people have issues with obedience and trust, but I invite you to analyze your definition of what trust is. Like for you to analyze your definitions of obedience, and analyze your definition of faith. What's your definition of those words? Because if you have a faulty definition or an inefficient definition of those words, that alone will prevent you from making it past that point. We've been indoctrinated to think that the conscious mind is the big mind, and the unconscious and subconscious mind is the little mind. That is an outright lie. That's an outright lie, because that same science will tell you that our five senses are bombarded with so much data and information that we have to delete stuff, we have to distort stuff, and we have to simplify and generalize stuff. So that alone tells you that by the time all that makes it to our conscious mind, it's not the full picture. But in order for us to chop that stuff out, that means there's a part of us who is experiencing all that. You get what I'm saying? There's a part of us that is experiencing everything, and there's a part of us that's doing the chopping. Then there's a part of us that receives what's been chopped and screwed. You've officially been chopped in. That's the conscious mind. The conscious mind is what receives the after product of what's been chopped and screwed, deleted, distorted, and generalized. Now, by what criteria and by what parameters is the chopping and screwing being done? Well, when you were first incarnated into a physical body, you were being bombarded by all of these senses. But you've been trained by nature, by your genetics, by your parents, or whoever raised you, of what to chop out, what to delete, what to distort. You know, there's a lot of people who are born with abilities that we would call supernatural. There's a lot of people who are born with telepathy. There's a lot of people who are born with being able to move objects with their minds. There's a lot of people born with these type of psychic abilities, but they're literally trained out of them. Can you imagine the fear of a mother who, a regular ass woman now, a regular woman, you know, working at the bank or working at the dollar store or just, you know, trying to make ends meet. And her child is over here making stuff float off and fall off the shelf. What is she going to do? What is she going to do? Somebody tell me, what is she going to do?
Call the police or the pastor.
He said it.
Well, yeah, she'll probably call the pastor, or what she was really going to do is she's going to try to do what she can to stop that behavior. Because number one, she's scared. And number two, she doesn't want her child to get hurt. Right? Because she knows intuitively that people aren't going to understand that. They're going to fear that, and they'll probably reach out to hurt that child. So mentally, emotionally, and by whatever other means, the mother's going to do her best to ensure that the child stops that behavior for its own safety. There's a lot of people who've been born with these abilities, but they went under so much trauma of blocking them away. There's people in this chat right now that can do this. Well, have the opportunity to do this, but they've been trained out of it for all their lives. And even though they have memories of doing it, sometimes they think that it's a dream. They can't get across that barrier to make it happen again. Man. And I don't want to know. I don't want to know who can do that, because then I'll be tempted to help you unlock those things again. But just like every other aspect of the tree, like, you literally have to be ready to do this stuff. There has to be a reason for it. You don't just do it just because it's cool. There has to be an actual reason. And I don't think most of us can come up with a good reason to have those type of abilities. So it was actually a blessing for the mother to suppress that within the child. It's a blessing. These movies and these TV shows don't just come out of nowhere. Truth is stranger than fiction, and that's been proven over and over and over again. Truth is stranger than fiction. Everybody's not going to grow up and be Magneto, right? Most people are going to be squashed before they can flourish. Because if the government don't get them, the gang lords, crime mobs, and mafia is going to get them, because we're dealing with power. And when there's power, there's going to be hungry people. So honestly, it's a blessing that these children are usually having their abilities suppressed. That's mercy, which is another word for chesed, the sphere of mercy. Again, that's why I don't want to know if you used to be able to do this stuff. Because it's mercy that you actually were trained out of it. Trust me. You've officially been chopped and screwed. Donnie Darko asks, you saw the Quantum Leap trailer or Everything Everywhere All at Once? No, I have not. If it's a movie and it's out and you ask me if I've seen it, the answer is no. Movies, TV shows, games. I play Fortnite and that's it. Not right now because my Xbox is broken. I had to buy a new one. But that's okay. And I also like not really being familiar with pop culture, because that means I can use certain characters and figures the way I want to, right? Peace, Akate. So I was looking for a figure to use for Gibura, right? And the professor mentioned that I could use the Anakin Skywalker when he first turned to the Sith, because he was pure Gibura, and that's true. And someone also mentioned I could use Scarlet Witch from the movie, because she was also Gibura. Plus she's female, redhead, red color outfit, right? Being able to manifest form and manipulate that, all that's very Gibura. But all the other characters and stuff I can just get based off of how they look, because I don't know the backstory. But anyways, no, I haven't seen those movies. Also, the original X-Men cartoon told you what would happen to people if they had abilities like that. Micah says mutants can't get peace.
Sentinels.
Yeah. And hell, let's look at the Matrix, right? They had sentinels that were looking for people who could do certain things. All that stuff's connected. There used to be more races and more cultures of people who were naturally able to do these types of things. But you best believe that when the Roman Catholic Church was coming into power, they did everything they could to eliminate these folks completely. And that's where we
Highlander.
get... Uh-oh. See, I didn't watch the movie. Sometimes these people were called the fairy race. Sometimes they're called other words. But if you look close, you'll see documented that great effort was taken to execute the order to wipe these people off, because they proved a threat to Christianity. Why do you need to go to church and spend your money when you know that homeboy up the street can make flowers grow wherever he touches the ground? If God walks amongst you, you don't need to go to church. But if you don't know that you're God, then of course you have to go to church. Azrael Walker says Franz Barden and Hitler. Yeah. During the past couple 100 years, past couple 1,000 years, Christianity coming into power also meant that these other cultures had to be suppressed if they could not be obliterated. They at least had to be suppressed. But we've moved out of that cycle, which is why this information is welling up like an orgasm. You chopped and screwed.
Oh, hello.
Hello?
Mr. Magus.
Unfortunately, the audio is terrible.
Oh, man.
Try again.
Said, hello, Mr. Magus.
Peace.
Did y'all already talk about the Highlander movies?
I talked about how I didn't watch them yet.
Trav.
Already got my verbal lashings.
Man, a lot of police reported ahead. Oh wow. A lot of royalty symbolism. I think as well. A family member of mine is getting married as well, and I like interpret that as a form of coronation.
Very much. Especially considering the reference of the king, the macrocosm, and the microcosm, right? The Adam Kadmon and the bride. Bride being Malkuth. The king being the 6 spheres around Tifereth, and then of course the upper triad being the king or the father.
Oh man, now that you mention that, I'm watching the new Game of Thrones prequel, House of Dragons, and it's dealing with a girl. She's trying to take the power, I guess take the power of the king, or be next in line for the throne. Even though she's making it personal, like, oh man, you guys don't want to let me do this because I'm a girl. Her father is trying to illustrate the facts. Like, you have your role, you have your place. Doing that will upset the balance. So she's trying to rule the entire tree as Malkuth. But that can't be brought up to the level where you need to rule as king.
It's a very good point. That's a very good point, because when we look at the royalty of the tree, it is a symbolism of 4 different states of influence, right? And we know that the princess is the introduction into royalty. That's the newest born into the bloodline. And while the princess is destined to rule the kingdom, she has to go through the 10 initiations. There's no way to skip it. She has to become the prince, and then he has to become the queen, and then she has to become the king. There's no skipping levels. Otherwise, like you said, any attempts to do so will display the imbalance of the mind that tried to skip ahead anyway.
I'm glad that you say that, because this particular season is already, it's been loosely, it's based off a book that was written in a general manner, but the ending is, you pretty much foreshadow the ending of the season.
The holy science, the royal art. What makes one royalty is having the ability to understand and utilize this information. The queen was probably the top occultist high priestess on the planet, or at least up there.
In the actual system for the British Church, the monarch is actually considered the Pope of the English Church. And we know that throughout history as well, the second that has said to the monarch is what's called the Archbishop of Canterbury. And there will always be, and there will always be a head, every great monarch always has their great archbishop.
It's good you say that. I had a vision of one of my past lives, and I talked about that earlier. And look, this is coming from somebody who didn't believe in past lives, and I thought that was some woo-woo garbage. But I've been experiencing mine on my meditations of Doth and whatnot. In any case, I saw a vision of, and I mentioned this on the last video I did, about how even though chesed begins to allow one to accumulate abundance, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be rich or in power. That just means that you live within abundance. So there was a past life where I experienced being a high priest to a king. I didn't sit in the throne, nor did I need to. But you'll see this motif played out through history as well. Like you said, all of these kings has that archbishop type figure, that advisor. That hasn't changed. Every ruler needs a learned occultist in order to rule properly. And that's probably what they're told as soon as they get office or being prepared to take office.
As well, too. I mentioned this a couple months ago, like the actual etiquette is based off Kabbalah. So you have to think these monarchs are raised. These monarchs are raised from a very young age to be very refined. And there was I forgot who put it in the chat, but there was a video where a guy broke down the coronation symbolism, and they even wear underneath all their garb they're wearing a white robe, which symbolizes purity. So they're built up literally from 0 years old to turn left on West Prince Road to take the role. And as you mentioned in a previous live stream, like they're sitting there with Sith holocrons, and on the video the guy was talking about like there's spurs of a saint. Like they're dealing with hardcore power, and they have to be refined to probably even get near that. And watching that ceremony, if you're familiar with like a mass ritual, it mirrored it exactly. And you get to see different lords come up and sign, but with each one that signs, you get to see who's really about it. Like there's a certain poise that they have going up to sign that document, but what they're really doing is sealing a spell. They're sealing a pact, basically to contract their mediator, which is the monarch, again, the Pope of the Church of England. Left on West Prince Road. And again, like that's the sphere which the monarchs operate. They're operating at Tiferet. And what was happening there, the entire council was there, the assimilated Hesed figures were all there. And basically placing, I'm trying to think of a specific line, it's like where they, it's not that the king is just king because he's next in line. He's king because all the lords actually agreed for him to lead them. And there's a whole bunch of significance that comes along with that. And another very interesting thing, because I've started doing the Bornless ritual for the past week and a half, and in the actual coronation, he keeps repeating a part over and over again. I promise to serve the realm of, serve the empire and all of Christendom. It was like a paragraph. And then they would go do a couple more things. Some people would sign some stuff. He would agree some more stuff. And he would say it again. I do this to protect all of the empire and Christendom. But that was like a consecration ritual. And they're doing that for damn near the entire world. Everything touched by the British Empire that could fall up under the realm of British Christianity, as well as any soil that empire has touched in the past. High level magic, to say the least.
Sir, yes, sir. And I like the point that you said about refinement, because it takes a refined, we're talking about refinement of matter. It isn't just about money. Like, you have to be of a certain caliber to even step foot in that territory, right? You have to be of a certain caliber of mind and of body. They don't eat the same food we eat. You got to be a certain caliber and refinement of mind and body to even dwell in this territory, physically, emotionally, astrally, mentally. The same way that Swami Niranjan was raised to be what he is since the age of 4. And the same way that many of us are indoctrinated since the age of 4 to perform a certain role in society, right? You got your role cut out for you, just like they have their roles cut out for them. Now, those roles are created and the system is created to manage and maintain the general public of incarnated individuals who are just here to burn karma. That's it. So I know we're all crying and mad about, oh, the school system and da-da-da-da, but this is literally the best system to manage all these people. And the thing is, those who do have the type of karma to do things that are outside of what the system has regulated for them, they will find their way out of it. It's destiny. So there's no need to complain about the system. It's perfect. It's always been perfect. Every system is perfect until it falls apart and needs to be rebuilt. It lasts for the entire time that there's a spirit over this system. There's an intelligence over this system.
I might be back on in, I don't know, an hour or so, but I got some unpacking to do.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was listening to you the last time with Kabbalah in Beyond Fortune, and you kind of mentioned, like, you know, to have apprentice. You really got me in that one. You really did, because I already have competitors around here.
Mm-hmm.
I have that kind of like insecurity around, and I'm like, oh my God, they're gonna come and copy me. They're gonna start doing the stuff I do. Oh my God, my own neighbors. And so I was thinking about that. You literally were mentioned this whole thing, you know, like you have to be sharper than that. It's like, oh my God. Now I'm like, okay, go for it. I was like, shit, Travis, that's how quick you got in my head, man. I told those bitches they can come and see what they can do.
Right. You working with something that they're not working with. Yeah. You working with something that they don't have. There's nothing to worry about.
People's minds in seconds, you know, like you can see all the perspective of things. It doesn't have to be that one closet of Muslim.
I think you're breaking up, Hecate.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, it sounds like you were going in and out.
Yeah, I am. I'm getting out of work right now. I decided to get the hell out of this office. I've been there since 7 a.m. in the morning. I'm still working and paperwork is not done. So, yeah.
Greetings to my friends and family in the chat. Peace, everybody. Listen, Moby, I just now saw what you sent me about that chocolate, that ritual chocolate. That looks amazing, and I want some. Juniper.
I wish to
It's still breaking up, Ikate.
Let me type it in.
I think it's still breaking up. I didn't hear what you said. Prakriti. Yeah. Yes. Greetings, greetings. Donnie Darko, peace. Tito Don, peace. Owe, peace. Nuru, peace. Anna Molly, peace. Sunshine Chick, good to see you.
So with Prakriti, I was staring at the spider last night, like literally in front of my house. She was making her spider web. Big fat ass belly she has.
Yeah.
You know, she got that big booty. Big booty, the little bugger. So she was making her spider web, and all that I was thinking about, oh my God, that's like literally Prakriti in there. That's Prakriti. She's smart because the spider knew somehow that light attracts the bugs. So, in all this space that she has around the whole entirely house, she was literally right there, almost next to the light. So because she was next to the light, I was watching her, how she was making her spider web. So the interesting thing that she, even though she has a dead insect in the center of the spider web, the insects were coming around her, just like there is the attraction of the light reflected the spider web. It was crystallized, like, you know, like they have the light and you see the spider web shining around, and that was attracting the bugs. That's how she was able to catch her victims. Most likely, well, her meals anyway. So I was like, you know something? That's Prakriti. That's definitely Prakriti right there. I was like, such a genius mind.
Yeah. We're looking at not predator and prey, but we're looking at the exchange of energy.
Right.
Prakriti is a machine that alchemizes energy. It just changes it and swaps it and flips it and twerks it and flips it and spins it. And because all that's happening at every level of existence, from the planets and the galaxies and the universes twirling around, all the way to the little spiders eating the flies that are caught in its web, all this is energy exchange. And energy exchange at every single level. Even our conversation is an energy exchange. And here's the thing, it's not different energies being exchanged. It is one move just being experienced on different levels, different stages. That's what makes it so beautiful. And it also makes it to where we don't have to worry about nothing. We're not alone, and we're not doing this ourselves. Like, we're not left to our own devices. Like, the animals trust. I was watching a documentary about how there are many animals, when they get caught by a snake or some other type of predator, they don't even fight. They accept what is happening. You'd think that being an animal, you know, they have this instinct to fight to preserve themselves. Well, they do. Once they're actually caught and they don't see any way out, they go ahead and check out.
Right.
When I see that, I see a level of trust, faith, understanding, wisdom. Instead of burning up that energy, they let the other animal convert it. And I think in a way, these animals, when the predator consumes them, they have a chance at spiritual evolution. Pretty sure what we're composed of has been countless eons of animals being eaten and eating other animals. I think that continuous cycle of energy starts to create the foundations of what a human being can become. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
it might start as mitochondria eating itself, and then that starts to build enough energy to next time come back as an earthworm, which is eaten by a bird, which creates a synthesis platform that, okay, maybe next time this can be I don't know, some other higher animal. And maybe after countless repetitions of this, that expansion creates a vehicle, an etheric vehicle that has the opportunity to manifest as a human being. So check this out. As human beings, living incarnations of space and time, as we have these lives and we learn this data and we do this work and we be who we are, doing this over and over and over again in different lifetimes, that's building a platform for an even bigger vessel, right? See, what we are just the fingers of a hand. And because we're the fingers, we don't realize what we're connected to. And the fingers receive a certain impulse, but it's the brain that understands what the fingers are doing. We're evolving to the point that we can become the brain, but the brain exists outside of time. It's wonderful.
It's a good observation. The way that this works, you know, like the structure of things and how it works. It gives you a perspective of belief in a different way. You know, I guess because I've been working with so much with Prakriti lately, and I see that I'm like, yes, Prakriti, 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 and because I've been thinking a lot in Prakriti, the abundance has been common. But at the same time, I'm saying you have to be careful because I don't want to be locked up in that whole setting of materialism. So watching that spider last night was like, you see, she has her booty, but there's something more beyond that. So yeah. And you kind of like introduced it already. So I was like, okay. So it's quite interesting.
It may even be an experience that what you saw with that spider and its prey is an extension of who you actually are.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. She was teaching me something in there. I did. I learned something from her using the NLP.
Everything that we come into an encounter with is a part of us.
Yeah.
That's why we're able to come encounter with. There's so much going on this planet. Most of what's happening on this planet we will never know about. We only know about a tiny little slice that we call our lives, and everything within that tiny slice is a part of our Akashic record. There's stuff that will not come into our experience, no matter how much we cross our fingers and do an affirmation about. There's some stuff that just isn't part of this lifetime. So it helps to come into a perspective where we realize it's not about me getting stuff. It's about me getting an understanding of what this is. Because you can't be until you understand. If you don't understand, then you're going to keep trying to do. What can I do? When you start to understand, then you realize what you need to be. And then when you be what you're supposed to be, everything you need starts coming to you. I'm not just talking stuff. Like this is experience. And not only my experience, but this is what you're gonna see in these different books and these different studies. Like this is what it is. Nuru says, what role does the lighting of the crown chakra play in realizing royalty? or the making of the king. Whoa. Nehru says, how large an array of lights can you wear as a crown? 1,000 lotus petals? 1,000 stars? 1,000 galaxies? But how many naughty light channels can you steer through a black hole? Only one. Yeah. That's the perfect illustration of what is necessary to understand when dealing with Doth. You're in the realm of everything. So if you're in the realm of everything, then it's probably going to be wise to recognize what's necessary. Because if you know what's necessary, you're going to get confused and lost. One-pointed focus, Dharana. That's what it takes to get through Doth. One-pointed focus. Amidst all possibility, if you don't have one-pointed focus, that's like a crackhead winning $1 million. You won't be able to buy enough crack before you die. Darko Dani says, look at Brother C. Freeman L's lecture on the crown chakra. I don't remember that one, so I will. Yeah, I will. I'll check that out. Matter of fact, let me put it into my search history so I can remember to check that out. Aww. I hope you guys are doing well out there. I hope you're learning and understanding. C. Freeman L. Crown chakra. Crown chakra. How do I open my chakras? What's the easiest way to open my chakra?
$300, I open your chakras. It's a Reiki master. It's a Reiki energy.
Reiki master. Reiki.
I'm a Reiki level 4. Means I'm in the ancient training skills. Okay. And so that's what they use actually. As a Reiki masters, a lot of these guys, that's how they promote it. If you want to open your chakras, you use Reiki. In fact, hospitals, the hospitals themselves, sometimes they hire the Reiki masters so they can try to, give energy healing on the patient. But some of the good ones, they actually help people. But there's other ones up there that they will charge you. I no less than $150 to $200, up to $350 for a Reiki master in open your chakras. Well, I find it quite of I don't know, ethical but unethical at the same time. Who the hell am I to judge anyway? So.
Prakriti. so happy about this. Bahama berry and melon. It's very berryous.
They're very good quality. I use those oils for making candles.
Oh, really? You use the same brand?
Yeah, you can make the candles with that brand.
Nice, nice. I've been using this brand for years. It's my favorite.
Yeah, you buy the soil wax, and then you buy your glasses and your candle. You know, the little thing that you put in the middle of the candle, and then
The
you
wick?
mix the oil. Yeah, and you make the oils. You put the oils at the end, not at the time of the wax being heat up. Like you put it at the end. So it will burn the candle and it will bring that essential aroma on, on your room.
Yeah. Reiki. Makes sense. I haven't really made candles myself. I thought it would be cool, but I just never got around to doing it.
Actually, that's the best way for me to do. When I do the candles, that's when I put the incantation. Like if I wanted call Lily, I make the candle and I buy the Lilith from that company. They have Lilith. And while I'm doing the candles, I put the intentions to contact either, any form of energy. That's how instead of me writing the names and the date of birth and all that, and do spreading the oil around the candle, I just go directly with the candle. I do the process and just do the invocations by making the candle.
I see. Peace, peace. infinite. Diving deep. Delicious. Very hot. Like myself. I'm referring to the coffee though. So,
That is so cool.
what's that?
Your unicorn there, whoever has that unicorn.
Oh yeah.
It's so royal in there. He's like, look at me, I'm gorgeous.
You know what else? Hold on, let me take this headset out. Yeah. About what you said with the spiders, that happened exactly on the unicorn. There was a little one, and then I noticed a bunch of webs one day with some babies on it, and I left it there because it looked so cool just to look at it with like the webs and a couple little spiders on it because they didn't really move. But at one night, I turned on the light, and one was on the wall, so they had to go. But just relating that, it's like it's all connected because what you said about it, and then how that happened, and with I think that was MC Maestro earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with him actually doing his homework. I didn't. Excuse me. Yeah, I didn't watch the movie either, so you're not alone with that one. But yeah, relating with what he said, and just I'm listening to you guys. You guys are a lot further in the study than I am, so there's a lot of receiving and reviewing, receiving and reviewing, just applying it to my experience. And oh wow, how did that work for me, if it did at all? But that's where I'm at right now. I'm really just listening.
Don't get it misconstrued. You're actually with the majority of everyone else. When you hear like certain people talking about advanced stuff, that's probably enough people you can count on one hand. So think of everyone else who is saying exactly what you're saying. Oh, all you guys are so far advanced. No, most people are not. Most people are the same place you're at, still figuring this stuff out. I mean, shit, I'm still figuring this stuff out. I just happen to be skilled in communication.
Mm.
But I know certain shortcuts that can save unnecessary struggle. Like, I'm not talking about shortcuts that'll get you a result just for the sake of getting a result. There's also certain suffering that can be avoided, right? Like, you shouldn't have to spend years thinking that you're actually talking to a demon on the other side of the universe if you don't have to. If you know up front that, yes, you want to go into that mental space of make-believe, but also understand that you're not talking to some demon across the world. Like, in the moment, yes. But looking back on it, no. So now it isn't what demon do I choose. Now the skill to develop is, can I entertain two realities with the same mind? Can I throw myself into this make-believe and believe it to be real, and then turn around and realize that I'm making it up? Like, can you really jump back and forth like that? It's a powerful skill. Because when you're able to develop that skill, you realize you've been doing that all along. Clock in at that job, you go into make-believe, right? How may I help you today? Happy to serve you. Shit. I hope I never see you again.
That is another thing when we talk about universe. It's not like the universe, like the actually universe, like our mental universe. Because when people talk about universe, we think it somehow originally I thought like the actual universe, like talking about the sun, the planet. Like, are you talking about the NASA type of universe or something else? I was like, oh, okay. Until you mentioned that it's our mental, our mind. There is a universe behind our minds, like Travis was saying. So now when we hear universe, just understand that it's our own universe, mental universe, beyond that, you know. It's quite interesting. Oh, Travis, by the way, I wanted to tell you, bro. I was doing some form of meditation on the building that I'm at. And, and I was able to see like images around it, like certain walls were actually mirrors and stuff like that. And I don't want to make the story too long, but I noticed that there was a shadow of someone next to me. And every time I do this type of meditations, I see like this, or I sense this person next to me, right? I was like, I'm like, this person I don't recognize, but I think it's somebody inside in that office. So the next day I wake up, I go to my job and I say no. And here, someone passed away around here. Not necessarily in that building, but I'm like, someone was working here in the past, and that could be the reason this office was shut down, because their original owner that used to rent in that place passed away like months ago. And that's why they closed the place. By the time that, I find out was that his secretary, this gentleman's secretary, received flowers in my office. Well, was now in my office, right? So she received flowers, and I told the UPS guy she's not longer working here. This is a new place now. He's like, well, I'm gonna leave them here. He's like, I'm gonna leave them here in case she comes. I was like, okay, I don't think she's gonna come. So I called her, and she came to pick up the flowers. And then I was like, so what really happened here? I'm like, why you guys left if you were here for 20 years? She's like, well, because the original owner passed away. I was like, oh, okay. So for me, it was not new, but during that meditation stage that I was doing, I saw that shadow around the building. So I was like, all right. So I guess it's okay. He's not really completely left this how to say, Travis, like this dimension, to say like that. Like, do you think he's still around it, or he's crossing, or he's waiting to be out? Because that shadow is still around that building, or it's just me getting that idea. Is he really around? No, I'm like, is he really around? He's not around. But I'm like, I gotta find out, because you know more about meditations than I do in a way. So I was saying, is that normal that we can get out to see all these shadows, sense the shadow, and see the shadows of these people, and knowing for fact that something did happen? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking about being able to interact with an aspect of ourselves that is outside of space and time, which makes room for a whole lot of experiences, right?
Yes.
Now, I talked on my live stream about the Queen, about how there are other types of vessels that life force can be stored in, right? There's some people who work all their lives on a certain thing. They're putting their essence into it. And when the body is finished its job, that work that they've done can become a suitable vessel for the consciousness of that individual. Some things live on with the spirit of the creator. She teaches me through her book, and I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Right.
There's many creations of creators that continue to express the original creator's algorithm. And what we learn also from yoga is that a sensitive seer, one who meditates and is able to perceive subtle energies, you'll start to notice 6 months in advance when a person is starting to die because their prana is leaking out of their system. And we have different types of prana, 5 different types of prana. One of them is just raw body energy, and that's the last to go. When that goes, that's usually when you release your bowels and the air comes out of your breath and you completely.
Yeah, I see that.
But there's layers of prana that leave before that. There's mental prana, there's digestive prana, there's all kind of different pranas. And as the individual is beginning to die, those pranas are leaving the body gradually. Now, like I said, that body energy is the last to go. And sometimes that's what actually sticks around. So oftentimes what people call ghosts, that's not the consciousness of the individual, but that's an aspect of their energy, an aspect of their prana. And an echo has stayed there, attached to whatever they've invested themselves into.
That's why you have to detach, correct?
Well,
it takes that process.
Hopefully, if you practice non-attachment, then you won't get tangled up in stuff. But the part that does remain, that's not the most pristine aspect of you. We're not one full thing. We're layers of stuff. And when we say attached, some of those layers get attached. That's why if I were to mail you, this right here, there's going to be layers of my energy attached to it. You're going to feel it, but not my consciousness. I'm not going to be like, oh, Hecate, I'm speaking to you from this rock, But there will be a resonance because I focused a certain amount of my prana on it. Likewise, when a ghost is in a home or whatever, that's due to that prana just being immersed in the actual physical aspect. It's karma. That's what this is. It's karma. Ooh. Yeah, it's karma. So burning your karma also involves, like you said, non-attachment to objects. Because if you don't do the work of non-attachment, those objects are going to have to play out their course, and you're still affected by those things. So all these servitors that I've created, I probably should make sure that I non-attach before I leave.
Yeah. Okay.
I was just about to ask about that.
Yeah. Okay, but also consider this though. The hell is that?
Not me, man.
Y'all hear that?
Yeah, I hear that.
Maybe it was a ghost.
I think it was a car.
That sounded like a what savage small beast, a small feral animal. Well, what I was saying is that it's like you build a ladder to climb up, and then you completely leave the ladder and the body that you used to climb. You get what I'm saying? So hopefully by the end of using all these servitors, you realize that you didn't need them.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm using this business as a servitor itself. The therapy itself. And that's why I was doing that meditations inside in that building. But the interesting thing is that I was able to see that. I wasn't afraid, obviously, because I understand things. I do understand things now, but it was quite interesting. Very interesting.
Nuru says our consciousness, con equals with, only coheres in a polar environment as two realities continuously pinging, checking as a self-referential 0 point in space-time. This black mirror consciousness is the me. I think that's a good expression of the fact that what we call me includes your environment as well. He said consciousness, con means with. He says it only coheres in a polar environment. Polar means two, right? A polar environment, or two poles, as two realities, continuously pinging, checking as a self-referential 0 point. And that's what we're doing with the subjective universe and the objective universe. We know that we exist because we are able to observe our environment. So we naturally identify ourselves with it. And our environment is naturally checking us on the inside. It's a back and forth experience, which is why it's important to start to sigilize everything in your reality. Because what we're doing with this stuff is that we're creating contacts with subtle expression of nature, gods, goddesses, whatever, the high stuff. We're connecting with the high stuff through the low stuff. So if everywhere I look, I see divinity, if I see the Garden of Eden, my experience becomes that. And the more your experience becomes that, it affects your state. Now you behave as someone who lives in the Garden of Eden. So it's not about the things that are there. It's about how you interpret the things that exist. Until you get to the point that you're able to terraform your reality to match what's already in your head. Please let me know. Does this make sense, or does it sound like I'm just saying big words? Because like I said, to me, this makes sense, but I don't want to just be talking and people being like, yeah.
I think it makes sense because we're doing it. Like back, what was it, February? No, April maybe. A couple of these lives, I was out of the car doing these. You know, I still had the unicorn, but I didn't have a setup. You know what I'm saying? I was out of the car, so yeah, definitely. And then going into the actual setup being this, not saying that this is in my head all day, but it being important to me, you can say that it's a reflection of what's going on inside. So, you know, a magic wand and a copper cup, like, yeah, next to a Game Boy. So it's what's going on inside, and just terraforming my outer reality with what's in, while still growing and getting better. Because I can look back and say, hey, I wasn't here a couple months ago, and staying diligent with what's been going on. So we definitely understand.
Okay. Cool. The evidence speaks for it, right? The evidence, the confirmation. And tell me in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. Tell me.
It's not all just matter either. Yeah. So yeah. But it wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for what happened up top. So we can't reach the bottom without going through the top. So I'll retract that last statement.
And it's best to start from the top, as Dion Fortune said, right? Was that Dion Fortune? Yeah. Jolly good stuff. Tell me what you want.
Travis, do I have to set up an appointment with you.
Yes.
When did you have available around? Can I should email you to set up an appointment?
Yes, I am finally coming off of my break this weekend, and this break was much needed, and I sure as hell made use of it. But yeah, I'm back in the game now. Well, in the next couple of days.
All right. Okay, so then I will definitely will do some appointments with you because I wanted to talk to you. There's a couple of things that I wrote it down. I'm like, I need to find out like stuff that I need to talk to you about.
Yes. Oh Lord. Life is good.
Hey, Trav.
Yes.
While I have you here, I'm gonna ask, do you remember which video it was where you broke down the smoothing out process, like a rock in the river or underwater or such?
I remember the general time frame, which wasn't long ago.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at my calendar and see. Yeah, I could pinpoint exactly which one it was, but I'd have to look at my calendar and see. Because I
Right.
came to that conclusion during a consultation, and I think it was like the next day.
Yeah, because I wanna I wanna run that one back. That was real lit. You just related it to that, and yeah, it worked like magic. I was like, wow, that was a keeper. I just want to run it back, and I didn't remember which video it was. And I said I have him here, so I might as well ask.
Okay.
I can go back and look though.
Yeah, I'll have to because like I said, it was done right after a consultation. I'll have to find out when I talked with him that day.
Have,
Yes.
while I have you here, can you explain in just a little bit of detail what would be the algorithm you would have to align with to get past Doth from Gibra?
Ooh.
I've been trying to wrap my head around that one. I got some ways to go.
Well, there's the roundabout way, which is the path between Gibera and Bina. And what path represents that?
Bina to Gibra, I do not know off the top of my head. I'd have to bust open the books.
The abyss.
The chariot.
The black hole.
This chariot card.
Didn't you mention that in one of your videos from last year?
I know last year we were talking a lot about the paths and the cards according to how the tree is structured. Yes.
Yeah.
Blum, blum, blum. You guys ever have a meditation that was like so good? It was like a movie that you want to watch again or a video game you want to play. I'm like so eager to meditate again tonight. It was just a perfect setup. Yesterday I woke up as it was getting dark. So I spent my whole day in the evening. So it was like I literally had the whole day to slowly get into trance just right. And I went so deep. Like it wasn't forced, it wasn't rushed. I had all day to go as deep as I wanted to go. It was very nice. I want to do that again. I won't have as long, but sun doesn't come up till about 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Time is irrelevant when you do meditation. It's irrelevant. You just don't know time. Really.
I forgot how good it was because I wasn't meditating as much as I used to. Because I allowed myself to say I've been so busy. But getting back into what I used to do, I'm finding like this is what fueled me and gave me the energy to keep going so hard. I was relying on a source that was beyond my individual body. Because if we rely on the individual body, then that's a limited supply.
Not only your energy was faster to do that, to charge itself back, you know. And I think I find it more effective when you do joy doing the meditation compared of like forcing yourself to do meditation.
Nero says, yes, Trav, but don't get attached to that beauty. Prakriti is unspeakably beautiful when she showers you in cascades of vivid light and emotion. Don't chase the beauty. Just let it happen. Enjoy the ride. Good advice. I'm going to try it again, though, but I'll be careful not to get attached. I really saw that what we consider gods and goddesses and all that, they are form as well. They're subtle form. They're not made out of the material plane, right? But they are form. They're just closer to pure consciousness than the physical body is. They're closer to consciousness than the physical nature is. So of course they seem like they're these amazing, extravagant things. I mean, really think of how these layers work, right? You got these layers of reality. This is described as the four worlds. We also learned from Tot with Shuddhi. This describes the five sheaths, right? The five layers of existence, from Akash to air to fire to water to the physical earth. This is how it's layered. The closer it is to the bottom, the more it is pure inert matter. And the closer it is to the top, the more it is pure consciousness. And then there's layers in between. So when we have this physical existence and people are like, well, if demons are real, then conjure one up so I can see it. They don't understand the balance of these layers. It's not something that you're going to conjure up and see because it's not made of physical substance. Your eyes are created to be able to detect things within the wavelength spectrum of what the eyes can detect. Spirits, gods, goddesses, demons, angels, what we call those things, are constructed of matter that is not on the same wavelength as the material plane. So there ain't no summon a demon so I can see it. No, that's not how it works. They're not constructed of material that we're used to detecting with our five senses. They're actually constructed of a more subtle, a finer material. That's why they're relegated to the mental plane and the astral plane. The astral plane is a layer of substance, a layer of Prakriti, a layer of matter that is vibrating on a different level than what the five senses can pick up. The mental plane is made of even more subtle matter that the five senses definitely can't pick up. You need a mind to conceive of that reality. And then there's an even finer existence, and it keeps getting finer and finer until it's just pure spirit. And once you get to that level, it's not even Prakriti anymore. It is beyond. It is unmanifest. It's not manifest, it's unmanifest. It's beyond form. So when we're dealing with these spirits, when we're dealing with these energies, we're dealing with realities that are constructed of subtle material. And if you want to perceive the reality of subtle material, you've got to have subtle equipment. You got to have subtle senses. That's where clairvoyance comes into play. Clairaudience, clairsentience. Those are still the five senses, but they're operating on a subtle plane. The physical body has these eyes that see in a certain wavelength spectrum. That's called vision. Now, vision happens across the board. Physical plane, etheric plane, astral plane, mental plane, spiritual plane. Vision happens on all those, but it's not called vision. It's called the fire element. Now, the fire element is going to manifest on the physical plane as what you see with your eyes. The fire element is going to manifest in the astral plane as clairvoyance. So it's the same context, the same function, but the content is different. Now, vision manifests on the higher planes as well, but because it's created out of a different substance, it's going to be experienced differently. So when we're dealing with these gods and these spirits and these archetypes, we're dealing with matter at its most pristine level, its most pristine rate. And in order for us to work with matter of a pristine nature, it behooves us to create a representative on our own plane. So for me to have something like this, it isn't simply just a pretty crystal unicorn. This is a representative of something that exists on a subtle plane. And this is how I am reminded of that subtle essence. This is what we use idols and statues and yantras and figures for, being able to connect with something that exists on another plane. It's called correspondence, the principle of correspondence. So yeah, these spirits and these demons, these angels and all that stuff, they do exist, but they're made of a material that is undetectable by the five senses that we're used to. So if we want them to be detectable, we've got to create their replica or something for them to work with within our plane. Let me know if that makes sense. Good, good, good. All this information should be making your magical experience easy as fuck. There should be no struggle after that right there. There should be no struggle after that right there.
I said do the magical work. Practice.
Somebody, he needs some milk.
Hello. So you were saying in the videos, they have you in the speakers, by the way. When I'm working, I'm putting the speakers. Working and I listen. So you were saying that all the deities are literally Prakriti,
Yes.
which is the Tamas, Rajas, and the last one I always forget, Tamas, Rajas, and
Sattva.
Sattva. Like Sattva. Okay. Okay.
You're right. Every single thing that we call a god, demon, spirit, deity, whatever, they all resolve into three. It's going to be one of the three aspects. No, duh. The three resolve into one, but we're dealing with our level of consciousness here. Most people aren't going to be able to comprehend the one and apply that as a end-all be-all answer. It's a lot easier for us to work in the Trinity. So there's only three gods. There's only three goddesses. Now, whether you want to say Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma, whether you want to say Durga, Saraswati, Lakshmi, doesn't matter what you call it. It's Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva, because these are the three materials that Prakriti is composed of, constructed out of. So there can be nothing else but those three things within the manifest universe. There's nothing but those things and combinations of those things. So at the highest level, those three are purified in their own essence. At the highest level of Prakriti, that's where you're going to see the Tridevi. That's when you're going to see the Trimurti. That's what the trident represents. When you see the deity holding that trident, that represents being at that stage. And let me tell you something, Prana Shakti is way up there. I was doing my talk with shooting meditation and I realized just how high up Prana Shakti actually is. Prana Shakti wields the power over the Trimurti or the Tridevi, because even behind them is Shakti. But every entity that you work with is going to resolve with one of those three. Jesus Christ is an avatar of Vishnu. Satan is an avatar of Shiva. Mary Mag is an avatar of Durga.
When I was driving this morning, I was saying, I was in my head, I was listening to you, and then I was saying, well, if Prakriti, you have to detach from Prakriti to go to the ultimate, right? Because we have the ultimate, the beyond, well, you have to experience that. Can you imagine that? Didn't Prakriti will kind of like have to give you approval to release you into a certain point? Isn't that Prakriti will be like a wife where she knows exactly where you are and be able to
I like that you put it that way, because you did mention there two different aspects, two different realities. One reality you mentioned is I need permission. The other reality you mentioned is wife. Now, I have mentioned before that Prakriti can be seen from either two positions. Either you're looking at her as mommy, or you're looking at her as consort, wife, lover, whatever. Now, if you're looking at her as mommy, you got to ask mama for permission. And she may give you permission to do some things, but ultimately she's going to eat you, because that's what mommy does. She eats her babies. Now, if you're looking at her as wife, you're not her child anymore. You're telling her what to do. She's working for you. She's helping you. So you're not asking permission. She's doing everything she can to make sure that you get up out of her.
That sounds like a plan.
Respectfully.
Yeah, that's fine. A lot of moms do that.
So yeah, it all has to do with our level of realization when approaching these things. There are some people who are not mature enough to approach the spiritual plane with authority. They do have to ask permission. They're not ready to use authority yet. And that's okay. I'm not making fun of nobody. Some people cannot command spirits. They have to ask. That's their level. And then there's some people who think they can command spirits with nothing to back that up. And they get shown what happens when you try to stomp around in a territory where you have no respect.
Yeah,
So there's no faking it.
One of those.
There's no faking it. Either you're at the level where you're a child of Prakriti, or you are the lover of Prakriti. It's one of the two. But like I said in my previous video today, stay in your lane. If that's your position, work that position. Graduate. Don't try to jump ahead, because that's how you hurt yourself. That's how you get confused, and that's how you
make mistakes and interpret things differently than they actually are. And you believe in it too.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And that's what the unfortunate talked about. If you're not initiated into the sphere of Chesed, you're still working through Yesod, which means Yesod is the world of illusion. So when you see these mystical, magical things, you start taking it at face value. Oh my God, I'm the second coming of Christ. I'm here to save the world, right? That's what you start thinking, instead of realizing the Christ energy is always here, and it is always pushing humanity forward towards evolution. What can I do to represent that in my reality? Not so that it can be worshipped, but so that I can help Prakriti get her husband up out of here, which is me. It's no coincidence that Christ has a mother called Mary and a lover called Mary. That's not a coincidence. One represents the mom, one represents the lover. Somebody hurt me. I don't know who hurt me.
I said, ooh, didn't put that together until just now.
That's the interchangeable reaction between positives and negatives. Kind of like, that's how I see it. Interchangeable reaction.
It's the position that you're approaching reality from. Because towards the end, Christ didn't look at his mom and say, Mommy. When he was up on that cross, he didn't say, Mama, help me. He said, Mother, behold your son. No, he said, Woman, behold your son. Now, that's no way to talk to your mama. But he wasn't mama's boy at that point. He was something else.
But to your mama like that, this is what you're going to get.
Chancla.
No, honey. This chocolate is nothing. It's type like this. They good. They wet. When it's wet, it's good. Especially when it's wet. King gets stuffed there and he gets bruises around.
What I'm saying is, at that point, he wasn't being a disobedient son. He literally transmuted into something else. He was no longer her son. When he addressed her as woman, he was addressing her as another member of the audience, because he was no longer the boy that she knew. He was something else. He said, "Woman, behold your son."
Right. Transcendent. Kind of like.
Anybody else would have been like, "Mama, mama." No.
I agree with you on that one. Yeah. True.
Lord. Veronica, you're going to be very, very happy about what I'm about to do with the Goetia. I think you're going to be very happy.
I think so too.
First, I thought that I was just going to write a book. That's what I thought. But then I realized there's something even bigger than just another book. We got books for days. We don't need another book.
No, for masses.
There's other ways to influence the collective unconscious.
I know where you're going with that one. I know where you're going with that one already. Oh yeah. I know where you're going on that one already.
It took a long time, but I'm actually peering into the abyss of Doth. I found what I needed to know to make it happen. So you're going to be very impressed with
what you go through. I'm already impressed with everything you do, bro. All the time. All the time.
Yeah.
I literally sleep, I listen to you. I wake up, I listen to you. I drive, I listen to you. I work, I put the stuff on the ceiling and I listen to you. I already know. I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll make sure that you get front row seat and everything.
You know me, I'm always with you. Always.
Yeah. I'm excited for the future. I'm excited. Like, this is not the end. Like I said, all this stuff that we've been learning and realizing is for a reason. It's meant to be put to use. And that use is to assist humanity in its evolution.
Right.
Now, it's not, oh, I'm here to save the world, but I understand the impact that I'm having. And it is altering the collective unconscious. I've altered the algorithm of Amazon. Me, single-handedly. I've altered the algorithm of Amazon.
Yeah.
When I saw that and
Didn't you
realized
that video with the books.
Oh yeah. If you start to get any of the books that I recommended, if you look at other users bought, it's all books from my channel. You're going to see Dharana Darshan, Initiation of Hermetics, all the ones the Gold Book, like all the stuff that I've mentioned. Anybody who goes to buy any of these books, you're going to start seeing all of the recommendations that I've done.
That's not a surprise. I've been following other people besides you, and yes, they already start talking. Some of them they start talking about yoga now.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Like, you don't even fucking know what yoga is, homie. And I took yoga certifications too, 500 hours yoga certification. I'm not gonna say anything about it. I gotta respect the teacher, but that's not yoga. Compared to what I have now, it's not yoga. So
True.
But you can see now, like, there was a point that you can see who is really an advanced person with
Right.
you will be in that point that you will not be foolish. You would not be foolish to see these people. I was going to take this guy. He's a philosopher,
Mhm.
and for whatever reason, he likes mystics and magic and you know and all that. And I was going to get his program. He was offering for like $2,000, $3,000 program. I'm like, damn, man, you know me, it's philosophy. Oh, I like that. And then I kind of realized he doesn't practice. And he eventually say he doesn't practice magic because it's against his religion or his thing, like he's not allowed to practice, yet you teaching. I'm like, how are you teaching when you don't practice? I'm like, no.
Yeah. How we do that? I wouldn't even feel right coming up here talking about some shit that I don't do. Like that's, I don't know how you can do that. And how do you even understand what you're talking about if you don't do it yourself? Like, we're on the chapter of Chesed, and I'm talking about what I've been working with Chesed, and that's helping you guys understand it, but it's helping me understand what the hell I'm talking about, right? How can you not practice what you preach? That's wild.
Hesed is a very unique type of energy. You ask Hesed everything, it will be given. But if you don't put a stop on Hesed, you're going to be literally powdered of stuff in the top of you that you won't even be able to carry it in your back. So Hesed, I've been doing Hesed since last year. I think I told you that I've been working with this energy for quite a bit. And learning about this energy is that you have to do your petition, whatever is the petitions you have, be specific to how, well, that I want the money for this, for that, for this, for that, for this, for that, and a little bit of extra. But, you know, you're going to have that extra. Let's just, because everybody's about the money, right? Here, everybody's like wants the cash in. But you have to be careful because you're going to have so many piles of things accumulated on you, and to the point that you won't even be able to make the decisions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do.
So for example, I was asking in the servitor, man, you know, because I'm starting in a building, I'm like, is there any way that I can have like investors or something coming around here? Man, the same night, dude, people came in with investing type of thing. But then you get the fishy ones, because there's a couple of them like, we can invest with you, but we don't have to show anything on the side. I'm literally right here in the back of you. They're like, I'm back in the back of you. Nobody has to see me. And then I'm thinking, why doesn't anybody have to see you? You know, why? I'm thinking after that, is it because he's in trouble with the taxes with the governments? And if I do for loans, he's going to fuck the shit out of me with the business? Is it because he's going to have a form of interest where at the point I cannot pay for something, and then he's going to try to fuck that up with this business? Stuff like this is where these energies do. They will give you everything you ask, but you have to be precisely in how you request these things. Be careful with Chesed. It's fantastic. It's gorgeous. He will do everything. It's Prakriti in a way. I think this morning I was thinking Chesed has a lot similarities with Prakriti.
Oh yeah.
It's creation. It's Prakriti. It's like create, like make cracks. And that's why you were talking about the booty with the crack in the booty. So I was thinking about that this morning. I'm like, Travis.
One way to think about this is all of the 10 spheres of the tree of life are expressions of Prakriti. And this specific aspect of Chesed is the part where the bounty and the goodness is coming down into life. Chesed is the one who, the manager who, what is it, maybe the treasury, But
the architect, the last year we talked
you got
about
money's coming over here.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get 20%. You over here, you're supposed to get 50%. You over here, you get 10%. Like he's actually distributing out the goodies. That's what chesed is. So if you make it to that level, you start getting abundance because you're supposed to distribute it yourself, not so you can collect it and hoard it, right? Because one of the vices of chesed is greed, but the virtue is obedience. So it's not wealth for you. It's not wealth for me. It has to be distributed.
It's funny that you were saying, because I was thinking about that this morning, and money is the best sample. You cannot just collect the money and have it sitting in the bank and try to. You're not going anywhere with that, because that money itself, it's Prakriti, and it needs to move.
Yes, it needs to flow.
It needs to flow. It needs to flow everywhere. And I was thinking about that this morning. And listen, even the investors were saying the same thing. It doesn't have to be Prakriti and, and the Kabbalah. Like many of these financial advisors, this is the first thing they're going to tell you. If you have your money sitting in your bank, it's not going to give you the results. You have to put in a different places so the money can flow. That's literally that sphere and Prakriti.
It's beautiful how many different ways that she can show herself to us. But again, like I said earlier, it really helps to be able to play with two realities, right? And one reality, I say, oh, she's so beautiful, she's perfect. But I also understand it's not a she. This is an algorithm and a machine, a living machine. But the beauty about the artificial intelligence of Prakriti is that she's more real than what we think we are. We look at the Matrix and we say, oh, it's an illusion. No, we're the illusion. We're the illusion. She is a type of reality. And she will exist long after we do, and she's existed way before we have. But it's so beautiful to be able to personify her and grasp her with our minds.
Yeah. Become a priest, like you're saying.
Yeah.
I think the spiders are the best sample of that. Brilliance.
Oh my God. Yeah. I'm so excited for the future. I mean, I'm excited for the present. Don't get me wrong. Right now is the most beautiful moment that has ever been. But it also makes me happy to know that it's going to get even more beautiful.
And even beyond that, it's going to get even better.
Even beyond that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The fact that I have the ideas that I have and the questions that I have means that they're going to become something eventually. And I'm so excited for that. The fact that you guys have certain questions and concepts in your head means that it's going to become something. You need to be excited about that.
Yeah, of course. Dude, I've been waiting for you since like years ago.
I had to catch up. I had to evolve and grow, and I'm still growing and evolving.
I'm growing with you, Travis. I'm growing with you. You know me. I'm growing with you, bro. I couldn't even call Satan. The Antichrist was coming.
Yeah. EA Coetic was the Antichrist. Remember that?
Is our co-editing? I don't know what the fuck is co-editing, man. It's funny. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. We know how to survive.
Yeah. He's way too smart, magician.
Right. Be excited about your life.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Projects. And looking at some projects, like you write, it's projects. It's just like an architect. It really is an architect of creation. And anywhere you create those paths, anywhere you build something new, that's just Prakriti.
I know we get so used to the doom and the gloom and stuff, and we get so used to, man, this shit is over. The world's ending. People are stupider than ever, and the government's cracking down. It's time to get out of that right there. It's time to get out of that right there. It's time to realize and recognize you are working with information that the majority of people cannot even comprehend.
Mm-hmm.
You're working with some sauce, with lightning in a bottle. You need to be excited about your future because you've got ingredients in you to make the most delicious cake that has ever hit the oven.
Yeah.
Since your 3rd birthday.
Yeah. And the unfortunate, she gives diamonds. You want abundance? The unfortunate.
Diamonds.
Huh.
We talking evolution here.
The generations, though, needs to continue. Like you were saying, you know, we need to teach other people, the ones that are open and a way to approach these things.
Mm-hmm. And understand that's not up to the conscious mind to figure out because Prakriti knows best. All we got to do is focus on being the best that we are, and she'll answer that problem. She'll answer that equation.
Quickly, she does that. Yeah, she does quickly.
Prakriti. Y'all all right? Y'all all right?
No, I have to say,
Please excuse me. I haven't eaten all day.
huh, tell me about it. I just got my lunch and dinner. Yesterday, I just literally had breakfast, lunch, and I came home and I got dinner at 11 o'clock at night. So, not surprised.
Gratitude. Gratitude.
I was thinking about something else that I wanted to talk to you. Do you think that Prakriti has a limitation to people? Like a certain people become so greedy? Do you think that Prakriti has that ability to, ability to actually stop certain things on your on petitions that people ask.
Well, the thing is,
She can be
Prakriti is
severe.
like the God of the Bible. Prakriti is not a respecter of persons. So what that means is, it don't matter who you are, what you did in your past. If you know the science, then you get the results. But the thing is, there's rules in place of balance for Prakriti. And if you don't respect rules, you're going to face the consequences, not out of judgment, but basically, if you got a cup and the cup can only fit 18 ounces in it, if you pour more than 18 ounces in that cup, it's going to overflow. You're going to spill. That's a rule. That's a law. That's not you being punished. That's just how it is. So if you learn how to operate Prakriti, you will get what she gives. But if you don't respect the rules, there will be imbalance. And that's why the tree of life is so important, because it teaches you the different aspects of balance. Like you said before, you can accumulate while working with Chesed. But if you don't have that Gibura aspect mastered, you're not going to know when and what to slice off and how to arrange and order and say when to stop. And so if you're going to keep getting, you're going to become overwhelmed. And then all that abundance is no longer a blessing, but now a curse.
Right. Yeah. I was thinking about that this morning too. This morning driving around, I was thinking all these questions. I'm like, I guess like he's like in my head, I was like, it's like a father where you ask and ask and ask, and then there a point the father will be like, okay, it's enough for you, like it's enough, we don't need no more for you, that's it, that's plenty enough. And you want more and more and more and more and more, and you become a child, and then the father gets mad. Pow! Somehow he gets smacked. Yeah. I was just visualized that. And of course I got the time like the Prakriti, like they have that same cycle around it. And then I was like, all right, so Prakriti, it could be a machine, it could be, just that continuous creation cycle thing. But I assuming that she also has to, because it's a she, and somehow she has the ability to create. So she has a weight of intelligence. Is it the intelligence comes from a female perspective, or is it the intelligence comes from her other half, the other energy, the husband energy, right?
It's artificial intelligence, meaning that it's borrowed.
Right.
Isn't conscious. There's no consciousness on Prakriti.
Right.
What appears to be consciousness is Purusha, the masculine aspect
of her, masculine aspect of her, right? So anyway, I was just thinking about that, like, okay, so that's the cycle, that's how the cycle works.
Yeah.
Something you said a second ago took me back to the book, and where she said, there is a place where patience becomes weakness and waste the time of better men, and mercy becomes folly and exposes. So having that balance of, that Gibra energy is definitely necessary on your trifecta.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And that right there goes to show you that there's no action or mindset that is inherently good. And there's no action or mindset that's inherently bad. There's a time where so-called good qualities are applied in the wrong time, and that's when they become evil. To watch the weak and powerless and defenseless be abused by someone with strength, and you have the means to do something about it, and you literally just turn your back and say, not out of apathy, but out of fear and cowardice. That's evil. You're actually more evil than the person committing the crime. It's 11/11. 11/11. But then there's another situation where, you know, you might have two people having an argument over something completely stupid, and you could chime in and sort out the argument, but you realize this isn't worth my breath. I have better things to do when I'm maintaining my focus on something important. That's not cowardice. That's actually the best action to take, to not get tangled up with a couple of knuckleheads. In other words, turning the other cheek could be a good thing and a bad thing. It's all contextual, basically. It's all context.
That made me think of how like anime characters on the hero story, there's usually like either the one that'll walk past the argument, like Samurai Champloo or something, Gene, I guess, the guy with the red. He would probably like walk past the argument like you just said and not in barge in or anything. Like he'll just order his round while the chaos is going on. But it's still the type of person who'll jump in and help right before things got physical. So like there's still those two characters in there too. And it just made me see that. Because I've seen both of them. I've seen the character walk past the argument, but I've seen the character step in as well. Right before that blow was landed. You know, they're still the good guy. They can't turn the cheek, but they know when it's nonsense and when it's not.
Discernment, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Very good discernment.
Okay. Well, I think that for the most part, we've addressed a lot of the concerns, right? We've talked about what's to be talked about. I know I'm going to get myself some good meditation in. That's what I know.
Yep, I'm about to take it down. Like you said, with the sacrifice, when we're doing this or in our books or in your studies or doing whatever, you're giving your time to that energy. So I'm gonna give my time to some other energy right now. Yeah. I'll catch you guys.
All right, bro. Have a great one.
Peace, bro.
Peace. You're still muted, Hecate.
Sacrifice.
Yeah. Like what Dion Fortune said about sacrifice, she mentioned that it's not about burning something or killing something or burying or flushing something. It's about choosing on purpose to work towards a greater good. In other words, like the time that we dedicate to studying, even watching the live stream or doing the live stream, that's the sacrifice, because you could be doing something else. But because you're applying your focus and attention towards that specific energy, it's going to bear fruit.
Right.
Cause and effect. And like I said, all gods resolve into the three. What god or goddess could be represented by study and occult teaching? That would be Saraswati.
Right. Sacrifice has to be joyful as well, right?
Has to be what?
Joyful can be joyful too, because sacrifice sounds like painful.
Well, the main thing is it has
Protection.
to be on purpose. It's a choice. It's something that has to be on purpose. Because what she
Right.
also said was that sacrifice is not you just avoiding what you need to do and then pretending that, oh, this is for the higher good, but really you're just trying to avoid something. Sacrifice is when you intentionally choose to maybe to do something else instead of what you could be doing, with the intention of connecting with the thing that you're.
The energy. Right. Right. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah. I could be watching the telenovela right now. You know what telenovela means? The soap opera.
Oh, okay.
De Infiel. Typical Hispanic soap operas.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to continue with my studies because I'm on a roll. I don't know if it's the moon in Gemini right now, but these past couple of days have been phenomenal, man. I don't know if you saw the video I did earlier today, Hecate, but I would recommend checking that out.
No, I didn't get to see it yet.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it. Oh, yeah, I didn't get to see it. It was like a 45 minutes video, I think, right? I have to see it. Yeah, I'm going to see it. And I have to go. Right. I'm going to go over. I'm going to go over the ones that you have from the chapter 20 over again and over again and to stays in my head.
That's how you start learning this stuff. I mean, like I said, I've been reading this book. This is the 5th time around, and I'm already thinking about doing it again next year.
I think it's a good idea because that way we'll be able to see the stages of where we are. Because to be honest with you, last time when you did it the first time, I kind of like did read the book, but I didn't understand it.
Right.
And I bought it in Spanish. And I was like, I still didn't understand it. And then I was like, okay. So when you start talking about the meditations, and then when you say the meditations and the practices and all that, before we were going back to Kabbalah, then I did understand the book. But I think that in my case, I still need to step one step more forward for next year and see how that step goes and see the differences, on each one. I think by next year, I'll be able to work with the spheres the way that you guys do. How you go to one door to another door to another door. It's just that part. It's where I need to get concentrated, because I'm just stuck in Chesed and Jesed, those two spheres around. I'm around there. And Malku, obviously, right? So those three spheres. But then I'm like, I still need to find myself paths to get into the other spheres and deliver myself in a way from Chesed and be able to move to different spots. And I know it doesn't mean that I'm delivering myself completely out. I know it's just be able to get out of that house to go to some other houses. That's how I see it. But I think at that point, if you do it next year, I'll be able to understand it even more. Yeah. You should do the cycles though. Of these books. Yeah, like a cycle of the books every year. And here and there you threw your diamonds of new books, but stick around with the same books that you've been going through, I think. And
even after becoming a multimillionaire, I think I'm still going to be doing this because I love it. It's just, I love it.
You're already multimillionaire, bro. What you talking about?
All people calling me up.
Well, it doesn't have to be money to be multimillionaire. It doesn't have to be money.
Cassette is starting to smile upon me, and I'm telling you, Veronica, when you see what I'm talking about, you are gonna flip. You're gonna flip. You hear me?
I am. I'm sure. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait.
A long time, but I finally have what I need. Woo! Me being Gemini, I want to talk about it so bad, but I'm trying my best not to.
Okay, but I'm going to have a meeting with you, so.
Yeah, it's coming, Veronica. It's coming.
It's coming.
I'm gonna try to get it. You know what I'm saying, before the year's over with. I'm gonna try my best, but Prakriti knows best. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yes. Yeah. She definitely does. Absolutely.
We about to check.
She start building her web around it too. Yeah. 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 It seems you told us to have the three statues or something that represents Prakriti in the three levels.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I literally had that before you even mentioned that. I'm like, I need to do some kind of like candles or something that I can build or something, like to have around that, and find myself mantras that I can do with Prakriti, like the strong mantras around it. And of course you gave us all these books for us to buy, right? And be able to open those books. I'm sure there's plenty mantras for Prakriti.
No,
there's no?
There really? Are, but they're rare. We just now started finding some.
Wow.
Let me ask you this though. How many faces does Hecate have?
3.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
3.
Is that right?
The most popular that we see on images and in the books textures, yes, she has 3, but there's only one itself. but she represents different stages of a
Is that
god.
right? Is that right?
Mm.
So she's only one, but is represented by 3 different stages.
I see what you're going. Yeah. Yeah.
We've heard of the triple goddess, the maiden, the mother, and the crone. Well,
Right.
the maiden is Saraswati. The mother is Lakshmi. The crone is Durga. That's the triple goddess right there.
Damn.
Everything comes out of the Vedic. Nothing escapes.
Nothing escapes. Yes. Yeah, look at that. It's Prakriti.
Prakriti, right?
Prakriti. Yeah. Triple goddess. Triple keys. Man. Yeah. It's just different names. Yes, you're right. You're right. Now, how do you use Lily, though?
How do you what?
Lilith.
Okay, well, of those 3, who do you think relates with Lilith?
Lilith. The first one that you mentioned, what's the name? From Prakriti, the
Yeah.
Prakriti stages.
The Saraswati,
Right.
Lakshmi, and then Durga.
I think it's Saraswati.
So here are the 3 goddesses in the tarot.
Yes.
Saraswati, Lakshmi, Durga. Now, is Lilith going to be primarily Rajasic, Sattvic, or Tamasic?
Tamasic.
There you go. So which of the 3 goddesses are Tamasic?
The one that you have right here, I keep forgetting the name. The one on your left. It's
My
not
left?
it's not the tiger, neither the fortune, is the other one.
This one?
Yes.
So this one represents Saraswati, and this is actually Rajasic. And she is, you see, she's got the book in her hand, the scroll in her hand. She's over the mysteries, the science, the study, art. Okay, then, of course, we got Lakshmi, which is abundance and birth, right? Balance, harmony. Okay. But then we have Durga. When it's time to tear that shit down, Durga. And out of Durga comes Kali. This is where Lilith can be found.
Really? Whoa.
Those are the only 3 goddesses. That's it. That's it. Any other goddess? Is this a representation on one of those 3?
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. 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 Uh-huh.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
So in the spheres would be what? It would be obviously would be Chesed, and the other one next neighbor. I keep forgetting.
What color?
The one with Mercury, the planet Mercury. I keep forgetting the name of that. Hermes.
So really what you're looking at here is the same thing. And let me show you where you're looking at it at. Go into the back of the book, where we got the diagrams of the pillars. Right here shows you the 3 goddesses. Rajas, Sattva, and Tamas. So where's Tamas at?
Okay, espérate. Rajas, Sattvas. Severity is that the severity? Hold on, that number 5?
Yeah. So that black pillar, the left pillar of
Yes.
severity, that is Tamas. All of that whole thing is Tamas.
Mm-hmm.
So those three goddesses are actually the pillars, not the Sephirah. They're the pillars. So all the Sephirah that are found on the pillar of severity, they're going to relate to Durga in some way, Kali in some way, Lilith in some way. All the pillars on the
left side.
of mercy, that's going to be Saraswati, Rajas, and the pillar in the middle, that's going to be Lakshmi or Sattva. The thing is, at the top of the tree, they're purified. So pure Sattva is Kether, pure Rajas is Hokma, pure Tamas is Bina. But then when you go down a step, you got these triads. So the top triad is purity. The next triad down, that's existing mixed. And at the bottom, that is pretty much the closest to the physical plane. But again, we've got Tamas, Rajas, Sattva.
Okay. Tamas,
So
Rajas,
it's a formula here that we're looking at. It's a formula. We got Sattvic Sattva, Sattvic Rajas, Sattvic Tamas. Then we've got Rajasic Tamas, Rajasic Rajas, that's Chesed, and then Rajasic Sattva, that's Tiferet. Then we've got Tamasic Tamas, which is Had, Tamasic Rajas, which is Netzach, and then Tamasic Sattva, that's Yasad. And then finally we got the physical plane.
Okay. So
But-
similar, like it's like something within. Each energy has something within. It's like
Yes.
a cycles running around, kind of like the towers.
Yes, yes. And even the Tawas. Sattva is at the top. That's going to be Akash. Rajas is the fire element in the middle. Tamas is the earth element at the bottom. So the other two in the middle are mixtures.
Right, the cycle within.
All this stuff connects. All of it connects together. And when you learn how to see the pieces, it gets
Yeah.
really easy really fast.
Right.
So that's why I keep saying there's only three gods. If you can single it down in your head to just three, you can figure everything else out.
Any goddess that I wanted to call is mine as well, right?
Mm-hmm. And the thing to see also is the lower down the tree, it starts to get mixed. Like I said, remember at the top, it's pure Sattva, pure Rajas, pure Tamas. But towards the bottom of the tree, they start to get mingled. Now you got Sattvic Tamas and Rajasic Sattva. You know what I'm saying? It starts getting mixed up like that.
Right. The mixing of the cycles. Yes. Okay.
So that's why that's why a god like Hermes and Tahuti, he's not, you wouldn't think of him as Tamasic, but
No.
he's a mixture of all three because he's low on the totem pole. He's lower on the tree of life. The lower on the tree, they're mixed. That's why Had is seen as an androgynous figure because it's mixed. That's why Netzach is seen as the many-breasted, bearded Venus because she's mixed. But Bina and Chokma are pure masculine, pure feminine because they're pure expressions of what they are.
I do understand it though.
Cool. And this just helps you to see it better.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you're doing your work, you know what I'm saying, you can now see this, because a lot of people ask me this question, well, Trev, how do I know I'm actually dealing with the spirits? What if a counterfeit spirit comes and they're lying to me and da-da-da-da-da? Well, if you know this stuff, then you don't have to worry about that. If a tamasic spirit comes to you talking rajasically, somebody's confused, either you or them. You're supposed to get what you came for. You're not supposed to get something else.
Exactly.
You
Exactly.
sit here and do a ritual with Jesus and you end up getting, you know, the devil.
You got at the devil.
Somebody confused.
You got Marilyn Manson around.
Right. Marilyn Manson pop up. Somebody confused.
It's funny.
Trev, I did a ritual for this spirit and then nothing happened. Then I had a dream about them. And then they kept popping up in signs all over the place, but nothing happened. What do you mean nothing happened? You're telling me what happened.
Well, I have a friend of mine, dude. I was reading the, you know, at that time that I was showing you that I was reading the Lilith book. And my friend was like, what are you reading in there? Because she sees like the mystical, right? With the little horns, the little lily with the horns.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like, I'm reading my goddess, you know, like one of my goddesses. And then she's like, goddess? It's just like, she comes from the Christian group, man. I'm like, well, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm just going to say it. Well, I'm like, I'm reading my stuff, you know, I'm reading Lilith. And I had to explain to her what about Lily. And, you know, and I don't want to make the story long, but she's like, can I borrow the book? I'm like, do you realize that you're Christian? She's like, well, she's like, I'm kind of curious to see what you're reading. So then I was like, all right, fine. So I give her the book, right? I give her 1 week for the book. That book has not returned yet because she's still reading the book.
Liber Lilith?
She's reading Lilith, yeah.
You let her borrow that?
Yeah, I let her borrow that. I'm going to get the book back, honey. I'm going to get that book back. One way or another, I'm getting it back. It's already in my head anyway.
Wow, that must have been an important experience.
Yes. And interesting enough, she calls me today and she's like, you know, I have the señora with me. And I'm like, you have the señora. Señora means the lady. And she cannot say Lilith, right?
Okay,
and she's like, I start reading the book. She's like, but I'm a little scared. I'm like, what are you scared of? She's like, I don't know. The more I read it, the more crazy that book gets. And I'm like, well, that's because you're supposed to know how to interpret that book. You don't supposed to be reading what's in a superficial level. And I tell her, I'm not going to interpret the book for you. You have to write that book and you have to interpret it in your head. Just keep in mind, I'm like, that the people that wrote that book, I don't even accuse the Christians. I'm like, the people that wrote the book at the old times, you know, they have a lot of control. Females were like a little bit like hookers. And, you know, I'm like, you have to like get rid of that common sense and start getting yourself into the actually concepts. Because Lily, I'm like, has different interpretations. I'm like, first of all, did you even bother to contact her? Which I'm, you know, and I'm like, did you bother to communicate with her? Did you bother to like do meditations with her? But for whatever reason, you know what she did? She went into a cruise, like a crucero, like a cruise, like a Carnival cruise or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah.
She said that she saw the moon and there was such a strong connection with the moon and her Lily. She's like, oh my God. She's like, it was such a good experience. So how many times does she practice? I don't know. But at the end of the day, I'm like, so it's not really that she's evil, right? I'm like, it's just something that it comes in from you and you reflected that connection with the moon. I'm like, that's what it is. That's all what it is. I'm like, just stop talking about demons and nonsense. And if they're demons, well, switch the personalities. I might change something from there instead of having Satan have him being your favorite uncle who's going to protect you. I'm like, if you have Jesus and he's going to teach you. I'm like, just do something about it. You know what I mean? So, well, she's kind of like curious now, you know, but I'm still careful in a way not to give her too much of the information. She got accepted about Lily because the book is story, you know what I mean? And I started like that with her, with the story about the book, how the book got discovered and all this stuff. So she was interested in that. So she's reading the book, you know, she still have the book and she's enjoying it. So it's a good thing. Yeah.
Just convert a Christian to the dark side?
How bad is that? Friday nights. You told me Friday nights we read that book. What can I say? You have to find what they want, Travis. You have to find what they want to hear. Yeah. I think she's going to go in the dark side. Yes, master. Yes, master. It's turning in the dark side.
I keep him on top of the green book at all times.
Did you really? Oh, man. Yeah, definitely. He's doing his job. That's for sure.
That's why I got him. To teach me about the powers of Chesed.
Well, you can always call me too, you know. That's my house.
Yeah.
You know that. Well, that's my house up there. I've been with this sphere for quite a bit too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's quite an interesting sphere. It really is. And there's one thing I can tell you definitely, whatever you ask, you're going to have that like in less than a minute. You will have it. You'll find these energies will find a way to how to give you everything you want, but be careful to how you choose your things, because that can determine the future of your fortune, depending on what you choose and how you choose it.
Yes. That's why I'm learning to be very patient and deliberate, and not jumping as fast as I can, but making the choices that make sense.
And most likely that energy will tell you persistency, the same thing over and over. Mm-hmm. If how am I going to give you a sample, Travis? Okay, one of the best samples that I have, simple sample, but very precisely. Furniture. Everything started with the freaking furniture. So, you know, I'm trying to get furniture to the place, right? It's just like I'm getting all the money, I'm getting all this stuff, and I mean, name it, bro. But there was specific things that I needed to get, material things. I needed the furniture. And then I say, well, I need the fucking furniture. And I'm like, how am I going to get this furniture that is not going to be expensive? And all of a sudden, I go to IKEA and I see like these nighttime table, bureau, whatever the hell it is. And it costs almost $299 per each one of those. And I have 5 rooms in the office. And I say, man, that's a lot of money. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, all right, I guess I'm just going to buy them, right? So I'm like, all right, no problem. I stupidly didn't do research in other places. It's just that I felt that it was so comfortable because it's literally, that store is next door to my office. So I just buy it, I cross the mall, and then I have my store. Mm-hmm. And then I don't have to pay for delivery. I don't have to pay for people that can make the stuff, blah, blah, blah. All right, to make the story short, I buy the first furniture to the first room. My brother went to the office. He makes the stupid furniture. He designed it, blah, blah, blah. Then I needed to buy 4 more for $299. But all suddenly something is telling me, do your homework, do your research, do your homework, do your research. And something I was like, nah, I'm just gonna buy the damn things, just get myself in there, buying then, and I'll have my brother doing it. No, something was telling me, do your research. Well, it turns out that I didn't listen, and I went back to the store and I wanted to buy more furniture. Travis, there was none. All of a sudden, the same day that I bought that furniture that was having 4 to 5 supplies, now I have none because people were purchasing. So I was like, all right. And I asked the cashier, when are they going to come back? And she was like, well, you're probably going to have to pick up on Friday, or probably you're going to have to pick up on Saturday because there's nothing here, right? So I was like, okay. So I'm going to go back on Friday, and Friday they tell me, man, there's nothing anymore. And then I go back on Saturday, man, we have not received the shipment for whatever reason. We have not received that shipment. So we don't know when you're going to receive that furniture. And I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, I get pissed off, right? I get like a little child. Like, I need that fucking furniture. Like a little fucking kid. This is what I'm thinking, Chesed. It's like a father. You want something, I'll smack you before I get you something. Then I say to myself, well, hold on a second. I say, hold on a second. This is childish. Why do I ask him for this instead of let the energy go with the flow and let the energy does its job? What the fuck do you push in yourself and trying to get this furniture? If something is coming, and I say that something is coming, all of a sudden, Travis, are you having this on YouTube right now? No?
Yeah. Do I need to take it off?
Oh, yes, that would be great. Just hold it.
Can I pause YouTube? Maybe you'll have to text it to me. Hold on. Let me try this. Hold on. Let me try this.
Uh-oh.
Let me know if that worked.
Hold on.
Did you do it? Go back.
Join.
We'll be right back after these messages. And we're back for a limited time. Well, I think we're back. I don't know if everybody made it.
Yeah, I did.
I'm here.
How many of us are here? Just the two of us, Matthew?
Yeah,
Travis?
just us, I guess.
What's going on, Matthew?
Just unwinding, finally getting settled in the house. Figuring out how I'm gonna handle the rest of my night. Probably finish chapter in the Kabbalah. A few other things. But besides that, man, I've just been on my grind, just staying consistent and just trying to study as much as I can with the free time I got.
Mm-hmm.
And I've definitely been getting lessons in gratitude and just being grateful where I'm at. You know, I can't know everything now as much as I want to, but it's really being steady with myself, per se. Being more steady with myself instead of trying to push on and overexert myself with a lot of this stuff. But I just been on the grind, man. I can't complain. I just been on the grind, man.
Appreciating this thing as it goes and as it comes.
Yeah, most definitely. Oh, all right. I'm gonna get.
It just trips me out, man, how all these people are scared of and vilify the demiurge, not realizing the demiurge is Prakriti. If you go to war with nature, what do you think's going to happen? One thing is you're not going to win. Second of all, you're making life just difficult for no reason. Based off of what? What a stranger said and you failed to go check up on. Madness.
Yeah, man, that's the ultimate gatekeeper though. For this was that Yaldabaoth, man. That was like the ultimate gatekeeper, and especially now that like getting into the Vedic and like you said, like the demiurge being Prakriti, like look at the flip on that.
You're right.
We went from Kronos to Prakriti, basically, because that was at least for me, like Saturn or Kronos was like the head, was like the face that I put on that, the demiurge and the adversarial force. Right there, man.
And this lion that she's wrestling with is Prakriti. That's the demiurge. And before Bobby Hemmett came along, that wasn't the first time they wrote about the demiurge. The demiurge was actually wrote about as a friend to the Gnostics. Not the Gnostics, excuse me. To the followers of Plato and Plotinus. They wrote about the demiurge as a friend, right? This is the importance of research, man.
May she grant us happiness.
May she grant us happiness.
Think about that. They had it, so they was sitting with what we got now. They had to.
May she grant us happiness.
And you know, that makes me think the fact that it was a lion. I got to do more research on the Egyptian pantheon, but that's Sekhmet right there. And I know Sekhmet's one of the first goddesses out of that pantheon besides Isis. I think it's her, Bastar next.
Yeah, I'm not looking at that too.
The Isis.
And that may she grant us happiness. When you're looking at Prana Shakti, because I did talk with Shruti earlier before last night's meditation. And yeah, I came to some deep realizations, and one of them being that what she's holding in her hands, right, in her top two hands, what's she holding in her top two hands?
She's holding I forget the name of the thing, but it's like that sphere, like the spear.
Yeah.
And then she's holding the noose.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken.
Now tell me about that spear, that poker. What does that symbolize?
Ooh, wait, what side is that on? All right, so could that be like a representation of like the Geberatic force?
No. But you're on the right track. She's got 6 arms, right? And they're all lined up with the tree. If you can find that image, the poker she's holding lines up with Hakma, the poking into action, the thrusting. That's again the symbol for Hakma is the male penis, the standing rock, the sphere. And in that hand, she's holding a poker, a stabber, a spear.
Mm-hmm.
In her other hand, what's she holding? You called it a noose. Now, what kind of symbolism comes along with a noose? Not Vedic. What kind of symbolism in your database comes along with a noose?
Punishment.
Black folks swinging from trees. Take a look at that picture. She's not holding a noose. She's not holding a noose. All this time, I'm thinking it's a damn noose. She's not holding a noose. Matter of fact, let me go grab my book so I can show it.
Oh,
Prakriti.
There might be 3 people on this live stream who don't know what the hell we're talking about.
Prakriti. And still be Prakriti.
What is that?
What's what? What you talking about?
No, I'm looking at the picture of Prana Shakti. I know it. I see it now. Now I'm looking at it. She just has like a string, like a little rope within a loop formation. What's the word for that?
It's so cold.
Cycle.
She's not holding a noose. Look at what she's holding. She's holding a lasso.
Oh.
Now, what's the difference between a lasso and a noose? We just talked about what a noose does. Chokes you to death. But what's a lasso do?
You wrangle them up.
Now, we got the cowboy spinning that lasso around. He throws it and you catch the horse or the bull or whatever. Then what do you do from that point?
You apply influence, guide direction.
Look at how that dramatically shifted.
Damn.
By the way.
Definitions.
Huh?
I said the definitions and the meaning.
That's
man.
Meta state, that's that meta. That's that green book stuff. The definitions, the beliefs, the metaphors that we're using. See how something so small can change everything? When we thought it was that had subliminal messages of getting choked, punished, and death. But in truth, that's a lasso. And what that is to wrangle and guide and influence, like you said, but also line this up with the tree of life. What sphere does that line up with? That lasso lines up with Bina. So if that spear represents a penis, what would that lasso represent?
The yoni.
Right. So the MC Maestro pointed this out to me a while ago, actually. He said that Prana Shakti right there represents the tree of life. In one hand, she's got the spear, in the other hand, she's got the lasso, just like Hakma and Bina. These are candles, by the way. One is to impel into a certain direction. The other is to guide in a certain direction. So with that being said, That's pleasure. That's running towards pleasure and running away from pain. Running towards pleasure, running away from pain. But it goes even deeper than that. These other spheres are also representing the other arms are also representing the other spheres. So let's look. How would Giburah relate to that bow? How would Chesed relate to those arrows? Especially considering what we've been learning about Chesed lately. Good stuff. Good stuff. Not for the faint of heart. Or the faint of mind.
Faith of mine, yeah. Hmm. Time to reopen that book all over again.
Yes, ma'am. This is why I highlight the important parts that I read. So when I can go back, I can see why I highlighted it.
Right. All right, Travis, I gotta get going. I feel that I'm gonna get a little bit of cold and I need to rest. And you
Okay.
know me, I always enjoy you. But today I gotta go to bed.
I understand.
I'll see you. I think I'm gonna see you Friday on Zoom. I mean, on the
Tomorrow.
meeting.
Or tonight. Tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow night. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, tomorrow's Friday? Tomorrow's Friday. Yay.
Ready.
Okay. All right, Matt. Good night.
All right, Kate, take care.
Good
Peace.
night, guys. Peace. Peace, guys.
Peace.
Wow. This whole day just went by so freaking fast.
Week.
All right. Well,
Rising up on the plains, man. The time is just starting to slip by, man.
for real.
Because I've noticed, bro, shoot, man. It's like I wake up and it's already Thursday again. It'd be crazy.
And I wake up and it's damn 2 months from now.
Shit, I'm trying to get on that level, bro. Shoot, man. When it start having to be like that.
This month halfway done. I still remember like the beginning of this month, like it was a few days ago. I don't know what the hell these last 2 weeks were.
I still remember starting Prithri and Navritri.
Yeah.
I remember start opening that book for the first time, man. That shit eons ago now.
Eons ago. We're literally learning more like in a day or in a couple of days than most people learn in like a year.
Yeah, man. I've been trying to show them. People have done. That's the thing. Like people always been asking me, like, "Yeah, man, why you was buying?" Like, bro, like you don't understand, man. When you get into this shit, you really start connecting this shit, you can't stop. You can't stop. I never was a reader. You'd have to freaking. The teacher would have to fight me in the class to get me to read that passage. Hell no, I'm not making myself look crazy reading out loud. But now, bro, like I've finished so many books, it's ridiculous, man. Oh, definitely grateful that you had that influence on me because I needed to get off my ass and actually put in some work. Yeah, now it's really starting to pick and rev up, man.
Goodness gracious. All right. Well, I think I'm about to continue. I don't think I'm getting sleepy. But even if I am, probably time to take a nap and continue this process.
Thank you as always, brother, for having me on and doing this.
My pleasure.
Be in a better place.
All right. Well, you have a good night as well, Matthew.
All right, brother. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Love y'all, man. Love you, brother. Take care.
Love you too. And to everybody who's tuned in, thank you for being here. More than just words, more than empty talk. We really doing stuff over here. And I'm very, very grateful to be able to facilitate this. Because it wasn't too long ago when I was lost and confused, out here looking all kind of ways, not physically, but just mentally and emotionally. Spending up my check on alcohol, crying over some dirty ass female, complaining about this job that I wasn't capable of leaving, right? Life was just all kind of tangled up and upside down. None of those things are problems now. I'm grateful. I'm proud of myself. I'm happy with how things are, and I'm happy with where they're headed. And I'm just forever grateful to the teachers and the books and the information and all of this. I'm just grateful to all of the influences that have led to who I am and are leading to who I will become. This is an awesome life, an awesome reality, an awesome world. All this stuff is worth being grateful for. And I hope that you feel the same way. I hope that you're able to look at yourself and look at your life and acknowledge the growth. Because life is good. Don't listen to what these people are out here talking about. Oh, they finna do this and we did it. They spinning around in a wheel. They're spinning around in a wheel, burning their energy out. Talking about the latest conspiracy, talking about the latest drama, whatever fear tactic that they've been given to talk about, right? The Bible talks about in Revelation, come out of her, my people. And all these Christians think that it's talking about America. We got to come out of America. And even though they think that, not any of them are prepared to come out of America, because where the hell are you going to go? China? Africa? Where are you going to go? When it says come out of her, my people, it's not talking about America. It's talking about Prakriti. Come out of her, my people. Because her destruction is imminent. Yes. I wouldn't change a damn thing. I wouldn't change nothing. And don't worry, guys. All your loved ones are fine. When we talk about life and death, I mentioned earlier that there's an aspect of self that exists outside of time and space. So all your loved ones who refuse and don't want to study the mysteries and the science, and they want to stay in the church. It's okay. Like what Bobby Hemmett said, you're doing the work for them. You're doing the work for them. Because when they pass, because you're connected through matter and your experience as a family, because you're connected, they will have access to the data that you accumulate. So if you spend this lifetime studying and learning and gathering all these realizations and all these sparks and knowledge, what happens is when they pass, they go ahead and get access to everything that you're about to learn. You liberate them by you doing the work. That's what Bobby Hemmett meant when he said that you do the work for your family and for your community. As you do the work, the people that are connected to you, when they pass, they have access to what you have unlocked. So don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. They're not going to hell, and they're not going to the land of white Jesus. Once they come into contact with what you've cultivated, once they refine themselves, or once you help them, however way it goes, they're going to have access to everything that you accumulate. So don't worry about them. Let them live their lives the way that their karma dictates. If they're going to be crackheads, let them do it. If they're going to stay in church all day, let them do it. If they run in the streets, if they just be in a loose hole, let them do what they got to do. Love them, have compassion the best way you can. Compassion doesn't mean you go out and try to save everyone. Compassion means you understand that everyone has their path and their journey, and you let them do that. And trust and believe that as you do your work and you have your realizations, and as you rise upon the planes, when they pass, they'll have access to your work. That's how this thing goes. You just focus on you. All right, all my favorite people. I'm going to go back into the astral plane, and then hopefully I can hit the mental plane again. Blessings from the land of the blue-haired unicorn. Specifically, those are my peoples, the blue-haired unicorns. Specifically. All right. Big things come around the horizon. Just you wait. Just you wait. Lance Benefield says unicorns are quantum beings. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Every single time I incarnate, there's unicorn symbolism. And that's meant as a trigger to remind me of what I'm here to do. That's where they're going to be around me every single time. In a way, it's like it's a trans-temporal sigil for myself. But with all of these different incarnations having the same sigil, that sigil comes to represent a family. That sigil comes to represent a force outside of space and time. Now, to my finite human mind, I see a unicorn. To my finite human mind. But expanding past the level of Doth, this is something very, very, very different. But for now, this sigil works to help remind me of who and what it is that I'm dealing with. And your sigil will be different. Your access to Kether will be different. That's my access to Kether. And it is highly charged. It's potent. That's why a lot of you have felt the effects of it. That's not something I did, at least not just this incarnation. This is something that has been worked upon for generations upon generations upon generations. I don't even know the full extent. Yours might be different. You might deal with dragons, phoenixes, or some other creature, some other symbol. It might be a fleur de lis. What's important, though, is that you have a symbol that represents the undifferentiated power of the Most High. Find yourself a symbol that represents the undifferentiated power of your highest concept. That's key. All right. So I'm gonna go, because otherwise I'm just gonna sit here and give you inspirational good words about how you're awesome and keep going, and you're doing something that is more important than you realize right now. And keep your head up, even if times are rough, and don't let Mercury retrograde kick your ass, because it's temporary. All the planets are in retrograde right now, except for Venus and Mars. Did you know that? It ain't just Mercury retrograde. Everybody's in retrograde. Mercury, Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, Pluto. Everyone's in retrograde except Venus and Mars. Now, what's that mean to you? Either you can start doing mantras for Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, or you can focus on Venus and Mars. Now, what's the similarity between Venus and Mars? What's the context? What's the relationship? What's the metaphor for the fact that the Venus and Mars are the only two spheres that are not in retrograde right now? What is that? What do you think that symbolizes to you? Lance Benefield says Venus and Mars is sacrifice for love. That's one interpretation. And that might be something for you to think about. All these planets are going to be in retrograde except Venus and Mars. Now would probably be a good time to start contemplating for yourself what that symbolizes. You should have a personal correspondence for Mars. You should have a personal correspondence for Venus. Look at those personal correspondences that you've built, that I've been telling you to build your library of correspondences for a long time by now. You should have correspondence library built up. So what does Mars mean to you? What does Venus mean to you? They're the only two that's acting right now. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Ray Blackstorm says man and woman uniting. Okay, that's an interpretation. And Amalia says the cosmic dance, right? Think about it. What is your personal correspondence between Venus and Mars? And then look at the fact that those are the only two planets that are not in retrograde right now. And if you don't have personal correspondences, go to your tarot deck. Who knows which card represents Mars and Venus? Somebody tell me what tarot cards represent Mars and Venus. If y'all remember, if y'all studied. I don't know who here actually does the work and who just listens. But somebody who does the work, what does Venus represent? And what does Mars represent? Which one of the paths, which one of the major arcana symbolizes Mars and Venus? I'll give you a hint. You've seen both of them cards flashed across the screen. See, man, y'all got to be doing this work, man. Y'all think I'll just be up here talking about this stuff for fun? Y'all better start doing this work. Because look, when I die, I know where I'm going. I know how to read symbols and make the connection. You got to do the same thing for yourself. You see the symbol right there, Venus. What else did we say about her? Didn't we say that she's connected with a particular goddess or a particular guna? Somebody says Empress and Emperor. Is that your final answer? Somebody knows and somebody's guessing. Boop, 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 boop. If I had wings, I would fly. Let me contemplate. I glance in the cut and I see my homie Nate. 16 in the clip and 1 in the hole. Nate Dogg is about to make some bodies turn cold. Now they dropping and yelling. It's a tad bit late. Nate Dogg and Warren G had to regulate. All right. The Emperor card is represented by Aries. I mentioned that in my video earlier today. I did make an error earlier today, by the way. And the error that I mentioned was that the Emperor card was connected to Chesed, but that was a mistake. It's actually the Hierophant. I should have said the Hierophant card. So forgive me for that. I led my people astray. I told them it was the wrong tarot card. Please forgive me. Everything else, though, I said was 100% perfectly right. All right. That's it. Time to go. I only stayed because I said 5 more minutes. So I think that was a good 5 minutes. That was actually 11 minutes. All right, y'all. Take it easy. Life is good. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. Ray Blackstorm says power and beauty. Okay. 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 That's what time it is right now. So whatever you're able to interpret, because that's what I'm saying. Like, if you don't have a personal connection with the planets, then you can at least look at the tarot cards. That's why each one of the tarot cards are related to the astrological signs, the planets, and the elements. So all of the major arcana are gonna there's 12 zodiac signs and 7 planets. So that's 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And then 3 elements. So that's 22. Yeah. In any case, this is stuff that you know already. If you don't know, get the book, The Kabbalistic Tarot by Robert Wang. All right. I'm out. Have a good night, y'all. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. I love you all. Peace. This is a mudra, by the way. Mars is the tower card.